Hi, beautiful people. Hope that you had an amazing Monday. Um, so we're going to talk about Operation Epic Fury. And in this video, Donald Trump is going to lay out the reasons why. He's going to talk about a lot of things. Everything I share is for educational and fair use purposes only. And I'm going to get right into the video. Here we go. Let's watch. Feel free to comment in the video, okay?
Opinion, and the great
Hopefully you guys can
success
hear
we've
it.
had in Venezuela and all other places. Every
Oh, shit.
place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've
Hope
wiped
y'all can hear.
every single force
Hi, Catwalk.
in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51
Guys.
ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue.
Hey, you guys. I was so tired last night, but we're going to get into this video. I feel so much better. This is a good one.
To target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved very strongly. They always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms. a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years. And despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary. If it is, and if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of the, we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed, but they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And when look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over? Are
No,
you
but
talking
soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living on the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I
for that
haven't seen
strike?
it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries. You know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be a determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well,
are
we're
you
looking to
considering
keep the
measures like-
oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference. And we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today, it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy, it's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the Save Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America. And we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men in women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They all went, you know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And it's turned out to be totally dishonest. So we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's reports that they have
press that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad?
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran with
Well, I
another
don't want to. I don't
Ayatollah?
want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
Thank you, sir. You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been
I like
decimated
the
and
idea
wiped
of,
out?
you know, internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, you know, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, you know, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but, you know, hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have, it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the Strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of
Will
the
I
people?
help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Give me a second, you guys. This kind of breaks down the other video a little bit.
And then you also have the Japanese who are in a testing phase. So it seems highly unlikely that it would be anyone's Tomahawk other than a U.S. Tomahawk that hit that school. And I think the president knows that. He just knows that this is certainly a mistake, a big mistake, and it's being investigated, but he's trying to sort of muddy the waters by talking about the Tomahawks.
Yeah, they were saying that they didn't believe it was theirs, or they believed that Iran misfired something. Are we sure that it was a Tomahawk that hit that school?
There's no evidence that the Iranians fired anything at this school. If you look at the satellite imageries, and there've been a lot of investigations from the air, from these satellite photos, showing the impact and showing the likelihood that it was a Tomahawk.
Last thing, what struck you from that news conference?
I think what struck me is, are the Israelis and the U.S. on the same page about feeling that they're almost close to the end of this operation? My sense is that they are on different time frames. The Israelis all along have been focusing more on regime change, and they're very far from that point at this point, because you still have, while 2 and 3 layers of leaders have been removed, there is still a pretty strong layer that's still there with Ali Larijani in charge. He is a brutal leader, as well as this new supreme leader, even if he's injured. So I think that's one thing. Also, we really don't have an answer for the nuclear program. So far, the military strikes, the U.S. strikes and the Israeli strikes, really haven't touched the nuclear site that he was referring to that was being rebuilt. And we know that from the IAEA head Grossi today, that about 220 kilograms or 400 pounds of highly enriched uranium is likely still at Isfahan. We have not heard any plan for how they're planning to go get that, or work with the regime, who I doubt they could work with at this point, to go in and dilute that highly enriched uranium.
Yeah, complex questions and issues. Jen, thanks.
Conferences around Florida. Let's get right to it.
And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things: Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers, and 83% drop in drone launchers, as you know. The drone launches are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with the situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved very strongly. They always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors, and their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world. If they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do. and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed, but they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being.
Let's bring in Fox News chief political analyst Brit Hume. We'll start there with Brit. Brit, good evening. Your thoughts on this news conference where the president is clearly optimistic about where the military operation is and maybe sees a light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, I think that's right, Brett. And I think, his confidence is based obviously on what he's hearing from the commanders over there, that the mission is ahead of schedule, that they did far more in the first few days to wipe out Iran's retaliatory capacity than they expected they might be able to, and that there's not a lot left over there to menace us. That raises, and of course, you get to the question of oil prices, which are a tangible and widely felt consequence of this conflict that American people feel very keenly every day. And obviously, they're eager to get that under control if they can. And I think that the fact here is that it's not the Iranian military that's keeping the Straits of Hormuz closed. It's the worry that the ship insurers have about crossing the Straits of Hormuz and what might happen there in the midst of conflict. Once this subsides a bit, the U.S. military presumably would be able to offer escorts if needed. The president didn't seem to think they might even be needed. But we're not in a situation where there's a massive oil shock worldwide. I think he's right to assess this as a short-term fact of life owing to the uncertainty created by the conflict. But it is something he has to deal with because oil prices are politically exceedingly sensitive.
Well, it's untenable for the long term. He said it's going to be a short-term situation. Let's play a soundbite. This is the president on the threat and surrounding oil prices.
We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done.
Saying it had to be done. We've watched oil prices, obviously, Brit, skyrocket. But all along, the president has said that is going to be short term. He's suggesting, and there you see the average gas price that we've seen go up just in recent days. He's suggesting that this is all going to wrap up sooner rather than later.
He certainly suggested that, Brad, and he said, I believe at one point he said we could stop it now if we wanted to. But there's apparently a bit more to do over there. It's worth remembering, by the way, when we're concerned about oil prices, that the one country on earth that can least afford to have the Strait of Hormuz closed is Iran itself. 90% of Iran's oil exports, which are absolutely vital to that economy, pass through those straits. They have a pipeline that goes out to the east, but it ships only a small percentage. And so they need the Strait of Hormuz to be open themselves, and so does most of the rest of the world. I think it's reasonable to suggest that before too long, that's going to happen.
All right, Britt, stand by.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Kennedy, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. Happening right now, President Trump is speaking at the House Republican Conference's member retreat in Doral, Florida. And later this hour, he will be holding a news conference where I'm sure he will talk about the latest in Operation Epic Fury. He just told CBS in a phone interview this: "I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications, they've got no Air Force." He added that the U.S. is very far ahead of his initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame. The president says he has someone in mind to replace the new supreme leader, but he did not elaborate. Iran just selected the son of their slain former supreme leader. Over the weekend, the president was making clear the terror regime only has one option.
I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
This as Democrats and many in the media ramping up their criticisms of Epic Fury, with some folks accusing the president of being drunk on power.
This is Wilsonian adventurism at its very worst, something that conservatives, real conservatives like me, have long feared and loathed. Sort of drunk on power, this sort of drunk on militarism always leads to disaster.
If you support the troops, then you should be voting against funding this war.
The president has not even tried to convince the American people.
And now listen to the president from just moments ago.
Doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good? Short-term. Short-term.
You'd like to think, Jesse, that everybody could agree that our military is extraordinary.
Of course. Afghanistan was a 20-year war. We are now in day 8 of this operation. He says it's ahead of schedule because they have very little Air Force or Navy left. And the missile launches and drone launches are down 90%. Has the regime collapsed yet? No. And that was part of the strategy going in. The deputy commanders were given full authority that if their bosses were killed, they could continue to wage war independently. So that's what you're seeing here. And those deputies obviously are going to have to be dealt with. Also, someone who has to be dealt with is the son of the Ayatollah. And once he is dealt with, I think that will hopefully send a message to the regime remnants that there's a new reality and they're going to have to give up their ambitions. But the big question is, Dana, will a militant, theocratic police state that's been ruled by clerics and militia and army for 40 years all of a sudden change their stripes under pressure? I think we're about to find out, but they are losing the war very badly. So now they're waging an economic war and they're starting to hit Arab oil infrastructure and they hit a few tankers. So they've closed the strait effectively. A couple cargo ships are going through, but not enough. So the president is very sensitive to the price of oil. He's gotten the Europeans to signal that they may release some of their reserves, but I don't think you're going to see oil at 150 or 200. That would be a catastrophe. And right now it looked like it was up over 110 and it then closed below 90 and the market rallied. So I think you'll hear from the president at 5:30 when he speaks to the country, that message that we are way ahead of schedule. He's got a control of the world energy oil market, and we should be hopefully wrapping this operation up very soon. I hope he's right. You never know.
Harold, what are you thinking today?
It's good to be back. I think Jesse is largely right. I would say the president took a hard look at the economic the strategy pursued by the Iranians, which, to Jesse's point, was largely to impart economic pain on us and the world. Even though we in the United States don't use as much oil as we did 20 years ago or 40 years ago, and our economy, as I tried to say last week, has grown considerably over the last 50 years, but our consumption of oil has not, for a variety of good reasons. Oil is a global commodity, so it's affecting global markets. And in addition, it affects us because of the reverberations it has in the transportation and agricultural sector. So everything we consume or eat, everything we need to live, oil is impacted. Oil price is impacted by that. And I think the president saw that today. So I'm glad he pursued the off ramp. The question for me will be sort of twofold here in the next several days. First is we have to pursue the off ramp, and it sounds like the president, who is moved by the markets and numbers as much as any president in recent memory, sees that. How does Israel react and respond to this? And two, how does Europe react? Remember, the reverberations with the oil market are not just one day. You can't flip a light switch off and flip it on and expect this infrastructure and this ecosystem just to turn back on. It'll take a little time. I think about what may happen in the Middle East. Dubai has been a haven for economic innovation, for progress, and for safety. You have to wonder over the next several months, and I hope they get back there, the next few months and next several years, does that economic hub in Saudi and the UAE, how are they able to reclaim the credibility that they had prior to this war? And finally, I hope Congress does take an account of this, because we need to understand where we are, how much progress we made. It sounds like we hit a lot of targets. If the president's right, we depleted their military, but we thought we had depleted the nuclear capabilities back in June. So I just hope we are accountable and honest about it. And that way, moving forward, we can have the right munitions and right strategy.
Setting Harold aside, Kennedy, it is a little amusing to see Democrats be throwing a bit of a hissy fit over gas prices, because when it was Biden's administration, do you remember the Putin price hike?
Oh, no,
They
that
said
was
that over and over again.
Yes.
It wasn't Biden's fault and the Inflation Reduction Act. It was Putin's fault.
Yes, and there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, high gas prices were great for ultra progressives because it just allowed them to force their green agenda down the country's throat. It's very interesting that the Democrat Party is sort of remoderating as the anti-war party because they had become so hawkish for so long. But what I always worry about here are the unintended consequences, like the price of gas, like the price of oil. We don't know how long the war is going to be. And, Pete Hegseth took some incoming for going on 60 Minutes and saying, we're not going to telegraph exactly what we're doing. We're not going to tell you if there's going to be a ground invasion, because there has to be an element of unpredictability. I don't blame him for that. What I worry about are the things that we don't see coming, the things that are not anticipatable, and the things that could really wreak havoc in the United States of America and with our economy. So I hope, to Jesse's point, I hope it's going better than expected. I hope this is done sooner than we could have imagined, but we are dealing with theocratic psychos. They don't care about their own people. They slaughtered tens of thousands of Iranians without batting an eyelash. So the fact that they are holding on for the hereafter means that they are far more dangerous than Venezuela or any other anticipatable foe.
The new guy, Khomeini's son, it's like new boss is the same as the old boss.
Must be thrilled. His driver. These guys,
like, let's just stay in.
Yeah, Ayatollah Jr. is going to get a lot of rain checks on his calendar. Like, I don't think I'm going to meet you for lunch this week, and can we do Zoom instead of Boom? But whoever they slot in to be in this role has to meet the approval of one person. Trump. I mean, talk about a challenge for a new hire. You got a job, and your boss can kill you at any minute. It's a lot like working here. But, we worried about being fired. He's got to be worried about being fired upon. There is no verbal warning. There is no written reprimand. It's just kaboom. But if you don't interfere with the Persian Gulf or the Middle East, you stop being an a-hole, you might actually survive. Because my feeling is that the more you see about this, it's not about regime change at all. It's about neutralizing a bully. Iran bullied its neighbors. It bullied its people. It bullied the United States for 47 years. Finally, there's a new student at school, Trump, and he hits him hard in the face. First time anybody's ever really done that. And now they can't take lunch money from people for a long time. Of course, you want to get the bully expelled, but maybe that won't happen. If you can remove the impact of the bully, you're doing the job. I think the idea of regime change is like, if that happens, it happens. But as long as we can do anything we want in the region, which was previously hampered by Iran, that's a win. You can replace Ayatollah with anything. It doesn't really matter to us. I'm amazed, and Kennedy brought up the slaughter of thousands, how all the female leaders here and abroad aren't rejoicing over this, over the decapitation of the most brutal, misogynistic regime you've ever seen. They executed women over what they wore and what they said. Trump has done more for women's rights than, I don't know, Planned Parenthood, Michelle Obama, and Hillary combined, and they don't say a thing about it.
So the story that's been on my mind all day is that during Newsroom, President Trump put out a Truth Social saying that the Australians should not send back the Iranian women's soccer team because they did not sing for the national anthem last week. So now they would get killed. So he said to the Australians, you need to offer them asylum. And I was like, I wonder if Megan Rapinoe would love to come on America's Newsroom tomorrow and say that she agrees with President Trump.
Put her in
She would be welcome to do that. That would be great. We hope that that ends up happening. Apparently, Australians say they are on it. We'll keep an eye on it.
Chief International Correspondent Steve Harrigan live at the Armenia-Iran border. Hi, Steve.
Martha, we've seen some real orchestrated scenes of joy and jubilation in Iran, of course, orchestrated by the government and captured by Iran state TV, really showing crowds of people delighted with the selection of a new supreme leader. What's not being shown on state television are people shouting from their apartment windows, "Death to Mostada." Of course, we are seeing the reaction from President Trump. It's been consistent all along, saying this is not the man to lead Iran. He is a poor choice. He's not acceptable. Israel taking that even a step further, saying the new supreme leader is a legitimate target. Keep in mind, the new supreme leader's father, mother, wife, and son have already been killed in strikes. It's hard to imagine taking over supreme rule of 90 million people under such a burden. One thing his appointment has shown, though, it's a signal to the world of defiance, a signal to, an attempted signal anyway, that this Iranian government, despite all the losses, is still trying to put on a show that things are working. Martha, back to you.
Yeah, very quickly, Steve, you show these protests that the Iranian leadership is allowing to go out, which shows support in the streets for the new Khomeini, but the internet is still shut down in Iran, as far as we know. So we're not seeing the other protesters against this leadership, maybe with the exception of what you talk about from the windows above this, right?
You're right. There's really two medias, one orchestrated by the public. And when you see these images on television, you have to keep in mind, this is just a fraction of the story. There's people, tens of thousands, who were killed and in large part aided by this new supreme leader. He is a hardliner darling. He was a former member of the Revolutionary Guards. He's their man. And there's a lot of people not happy, just like President Trump is not happy.
Yeah, Steve, as you point out, his family was killed in those strikes, so he survived. And Ali Larijani, who is a sort of head but not a mullah, also seems to have survived, and Pezeshkian, right? Are they the three big leaders in a few seconds here?
That's right. And there are even reports that Mossadegh was wounded as well. So it's baffling to me, the burdens and the strains he is under. He's also not very well known by many of the Iranian people who are out there cheering for him as a new leader.
Yeah.
And when they say supreme leader, they really mean it. He's in charge of everything.
Indeed. Steve Harrigan, thank you very much. All right, so we will all be watching. The president's going to hold a news conference just a short time from now. It's going to get started at 5:30 from Doral, Florida this evening. In the meantime, he has done some phone interviews with several outlets, most recently talking to CBS News' White House reporter, I should say. And in that interview with Wei Zhejiang, he said, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications, they've got no Air Force. He added that the U.S. is, quote, very far ahead of the initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame. And then with that, we bring in Danny Danon, permanent representative of Israel to the United Nations. Ambassador Danon, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me, Mara.
Do you agree with the president's assessment that things are ahead of schedule?
Absolutely ahead of schedule. We achieved so much, mainly the health superiority. It allows us now to continue and to hammer the regime, the IRGC, and also the launchers. So there is still more to do there. There are many targets on the list. But today, once we control the air of Iran, we can do a lot. And I think that we don't see much resistance. But still, for 47 years, they built a lot of terror machines in Iran. So we have more targets and more things to do there.
So the other thing that the president talked about is this, actually, I want to go back to that thought for a second. If you had to put a percentage on how much has been destroyed, would it be at 80%, 75% of the total 100% that has to happen to be complete, as the president says we're close to?
So President Trump is right. When you look at the Navy, it's demolished. The Air Force demolished. But when you look at the infrastructure itself, where they produce the drones, the ballistic missiles, the nuclear sites, so there are still sites that must be addressed. But today it will be much easier for us to get there. It's safer for our pilots and for the U.S. pilots to fly over Iran. So I think the president is right that it was easier than we thought.
So with regard to what we learned in June was about 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium. And there was a lot of lack of clarity, I would say, over whether or not it was buried at Isfahan, that 900 pounds, or whether it had been moved. At one point, there were videos of trucks that were leaving the area, and the thought was that potentially they moved it. I think they suggested that they had moved it and had protected that 900 pounds. What's your understanding of where that is and how dangerous that is?
So without going into details, but we have the knowledge about what's happening in Iran. We proved it by eliminating leaders the first minute we attacked Iran. So we know what's happening there. But I would say that, we should look at the enriched uranium, not the high-level one that everybody speaks about, those 900 pounds. You have thousands of pounds of enriched uranium, lower levels, but very fast they can actually upgrade it. So we have to pay attention to that also. So I think we have to make sure that once we finish this operation, they don't have the capability to move forward with the nuclear campaign, with the ballistic missiles. The proxies are not there. I think we are going in the right direction, but it's not over yet.
So obviously, it's a religious fanatic war for them. If the leadership survives, and if they have the ability to crack down on people, we know Larijani is still around, and he was in charge of the slaughter of tens of thousands of people in Iran. Here's what the president said about the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who is the son of the one who was killed at the end of February. He said, he was asked, do you have a message for him? He said, no, I have no message for him whatsoever. And we know that in the past, he said that he's not going to recognize this leader. What do you say to that?
It's more of the same. This guy is radical like his father was. He believed in the revolution. And there is no conflict between the US in Iran or Israel in Iran. We have no borders. We don't fight over resources. It's pure hate. They want to come against us. They indoctrinate against us. That's why we have to go and stop them from acquiring the nuclear bomb.
All right. Danny Janan, thank you very much, Ambassador to the UN
Thank
for
you very
Israel.
much.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you.
In focus now, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb, retired Black Hawk helicopter pilot and battalion commander. This is interesting. I mean, this is a forecast, if you will, of what is on the horizon, what the potential is. And every woman is hearing that for certain. Why is this important for that message in particular?
Hey, Eric, good morning. I think that message is extraordinarily important because you've got a population of 90 million people in Iran, and at least half of them will be women who, if they could hear that, would be extremely excited for the potential for their own future. And what a comparison to see what the message is from the Israeli ambassador there to the people of Iran, compared to what the mullahs of Iran are doing with the own the citizen population of Iran and using them as human shields, as terrorist organizations and people of this ideology tend to do. Women to them are just considered like cattle. They're commodities that are expendable in the greater mission of what they're trying to do to destroy Israel. What a way to see the difference between these two nations.
Yeah, and he's hoping by International Women's Day next year, 2027, those women can see that justice and freedom come to fruition. Look, I want to talk about what was happening outside as our own correspondent Trey Yingst was inside taking cover, which is what the Israeli citizens and those even now in Gulf states are told to do when Iran starts firing on you. What kind of capability are we seeing in terms of diminished amounts? We know about the Navy, because we basically sank every ship they have. But what else? What are some indications that this is not going to go the way that Iran thinks it will?
Yeah, here's, I think, one of the key indications is if you were to just do a chart that showed the number of attacks, missile launches, and drones, it doesn't matter which kind, happened per day since this conflict opened. That number has drastically reduced each day. And though we hear about them happening still, of course, the sheer volume and frequency of how they're happening is greatly reduced. And we're talking by a factor of sometimes greater than 4 or 5 times. That just tells you that despite the fact that they do have some command and control left able to launch them, they're simply going to run out of material before too long. And in another week, maybe even 10 days, you're going to find that they're not able to launch much of anything anymore.
And going after the oil refineries, what did you think when you saw that video that went viral within seconds?
Yeah, that's one I think we should be a little bit concerned about because it kind of goes against a bit of the message about trying not to destroy the things in Iran that might be necessary for them to rebuild their economy. Now, there may be a reason to target those specific facilities for some other reason that we're not aware of. But we've got to be very careful, Israel and the United States, to make sure that we don't do something to Iran that would reduce their ability to actually build that peaceful nation that they want and their economy to follow right behind it.
Lieutenant Colonel Gobb, good to have you. Thank you.
Thanks, Harris.
Sirens blared multiple times in Israel amid unrelenting Iranian drones and missiles. Tonight we have that story, plus additional information on the new Iranian leader. You heard the president talking about him. Correspondent Nate Foy is in Tel Aviv with the latest. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett, good evening. The United States and Israel continue making progress on the battlefield. The U.S. has struck 5,000 targets so far in Operation Epic Fury. But the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei as Iran's next supreme leader may indicate that this conflict is far from finished. Take a look at the streets of Tehran today. As you can see, thousands came out to support the regime. One person there said they will resist the United States until their last drop of blood. Mujtaba reportedly may have been injured in the U.S.-Israeli strikes, but not too significantly, although Iran hasn't directly confirmed that. He is the first hereditary successor in Iran's Islamic Republic. He's a hardline Shia cleric with deep connections in the IRGC. He's expected to pursue similar policies to his father, and President Trump earlier called him an unacceptable choice. Mujtaba's appointment came hours after Israeli strikes on Iranian oil infrastructure in Tehran. Meanwhile, Iran continues launching cluster bombs at Israel, killing an 11th Israeli citizen today. Iran also wants to internationalize the cost of this war. They attacked a Bahrain oil refinery earlier. As President Trump said tonight, he's considering taking control of the Strait of Hormuz to facilitate oil shipments. This as the U.S. continues its bombing campaign. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said today that American forces are well on their way to destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. And you just heard President Trump say those capabilities are down to 10%. But it does continue. Tel Aviv has come under fire several times today, and the sirens are blaring in the country's north as well as Israel continues fighting Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Brett?
Yeah, despite the optimism, there's a lot of risk to a lot of people in the region. Nate Foy in Tel Aviv. Nate, thanks.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Oh, there you guys go. Okay. You said you think this would be over in 2 weeks? You think so? I don't know. Oh, wait.
Might look like and regime change. A federal criminal complaint accuses 2 suspects of trying to detonate 2 homemade bombs near New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani's residence Saturday. Prosecutors allege the suspects acted in the name of ISIS. Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome to The Takeout. The president is meeting with House Republicans to go over strategies for the midterm elections because they're coming. There's a couple of things on House Republicans' minds. Among them, the average price of a gallon of gas has risen 50 cents in 8 days. Also, airport security lines are growing noticeably longer as staff shortages mount because TSA employees continue to work without pay. And that is a consequence of a standoff here in Washington over funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Iran has selected a new supreme leader, with the Israeli and U.S. governments expressing opposition that might again manifest in missile attacks, as was the case with Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader killed when this war began. That war continues with missiles fired and drones launched. Though the numbers of munitions and damage inflicted on either side, well, that's a bit hard to track with complete confidence and accuracy. And in that regard, there is mounting visual evidence a U.S. Tomahawk missile might have been responsible for deaths at a girls' school in southern Iran. That missile may well have been targeted based on dated intelligence for what the U.S. thought was a military installation. All this is a preliminary estimate of currently available information. On Friday, I spoke with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth for last night's 60 Minutes broadcast and asked about that bombing. Please take a listen.
Have you made any conclusions about whether or not the United States, inadvertently or not, was involved in any military strike at that school?
Well, we're still investigating, and that's where I'll leave it today. But what I will emphasize to you and to the world is that unlike our adversaries, the Iranians, we never target civilians.
There was a report late in the week from 2 officials that it was likely U.S. involvement. Is that report false?
I've already said we're investigating.
If you could tell the American public it definitively was not us, you would tell us, wouldn't you?
I would say that it's being investigated, which is the only answer I'm prepared to give.
You said this is not a regime change war, but the regime has changed. That's obvious. Can you square the two?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I meant what I said. It's not a regime change war in the conventional George W. Bush context of hundreds of thousands of troops. I mean, in Afghanistan, what I watched as a young captain was Americans thinking we were going to remake a society that was basically biblical times with AK-47s and cell phones. The hubris of we're going to take Afghanistan and turn it into a Jeffersonian democracy by building Western-style forces and Western-style institutions. It was never going to work, and I saw it and watched it play out. And it doesn't dispel the courage of the Americans who fought there, who I know there. But this is not a remaking of the Iranian society from an American perspective. We tried that. The American people have rejected that. President Trump called those wars dumb, and we're not fighting that way.
President Trump also said this week he would like to protect some of the people who he would like to come to power in Iran. Is that a new mission for your department?
No.
How would you protect people that are inside the country that he might think could rise to the level of leadership there?
Well, the best way to protect them is what we're doing right now. What you see right now between American efforts and Israeli efforts is a generational opportunity for the people of Iran.
For more on the region and the war, we turn to our Matt Gutman in Tel Aviv. Matt?
Hey, Major, you know, something struck me about your interview with Secretary Hegseth, and that was that you asked, if you knew definitively, would you tell us about the school strike in Iran? The Israelis were basically telling us on the first day. Now, what we understand from the school strike is that it happened in the very opening hours of the war. Our partners at the BBC did video verification of a missile that appeared to hit that area. Obviously, I think that it is clear that there was not a plan to strike a girls' school and kill over 175 children. There's also a question about the proximity of that girls' school to that IRGC base. That's the sort of the regime military command. Why would it be so close? But this is what happens. There are military installations next to civilian installations everywhere across the Middle East, including here in Israel. So as we are learning more, we are learning that the U.S. was likely involved, and the Israelis were telling us essentially from the start that they hadn't operated in that area at all. So it is becoming clear at what point the U.S. actually takes responsibility is uncertain. But also, I think it is notable to some degree that we haven't seen more such attacks that have killed civilians on large scale as well. I think that is surprising given the vast number of airstrikes, the enormous number of ordnance dropped, and explosive power used against Iran over the past 8 days, Major.
Matt, I made reference to the new supreme leader chosen in Iran. What do we know?
Not that much. He's a bit of a cipher. He had operated in the shadows. He did not have a very public profile, to say the least. He was known to be extraordinarily loyal, or is known to be extraordinarily loyal to the regime, to the Revolutionary Guards, and obviously to his father. He was sort of a backdoor operator who worked with the security services and intelligence, and it is a very clear sign from the regime of continuity, of defiance, of saying we are not backing down, we are staying the course, and not just staying the course in terms of general leadership and direction, but staying within the family. So a very clear message. It's unclear if the U.S. is going to be working with him. One of the things that Israeli officials on the ground told me as recently as yesterday is that the next Ayatollah, if it is someone like Mojtaba Khamenei, is likely not going to survive for long. I was told that that is a very, very high-risk job, and that Israel and the U.S. are watching. Same thing for the IRGC. They are clearly intending to at least try to go after some of these senior figures, and this is by no means over in terms of targeting those leaders, Major.
Last question, Matt, and we talk about tempo, not because we're fascinated by how many missiles are flying or not, but just trying to get the audience who's not there a sense of what it is like hour to hour as maybe compared to last week. So in your own words, describe what you see and what differences, if any, exist this week that didn't exist last week.
I think the greatest difference, in fact, Major, is not necessarily what we have seen between the past 8 days, but what we saw in the previous war in June. There were massive missiles that came down that destroyed entire apartment blocks. We haven't seen much of that, a couple of those. What Iran seems to be doing, and the tactic it appears to be using now, is using cluster munitions that essentially release. They have a big warhead, and inside that warhead are dozens of bullets. They weigh about 40 pounds each, the explosives about 5-6 pounds in them. They flutter down, and what they're able to do is defeat Israel's air defenses by deploying high up in the atmosphere, 7-8 miles above. before they can be intercepted. And they release those bomblets, and it strikes terror in the population. The devastation in terms of raw explosive power is far less, but it does mean that Israelis have to stay hunkered down for longer. But I am struck by the difference of what people in Tel Aviv are experiencing and what people in Tehran are experiencing. They don't have shelters. There are no real air defenses there. And I know that they aren't being targeted, but I can also imagine the constant terror of never knowing when one of those missiles or bombs might hit you, when you might be collateral damage. The blast radius of these this weaponry used in Tehran is absolutely astounding, as we've seen by those massive fireballs caused by the attack on the gas depots there. Yeah, there is a vast difference, but still, obviously, people in Tel Aviv living in constant terror, constantly rushing to the bomb shelters, Major.
Always appreciate all of your reporting and all of your perspective. Matt Gutman, thank you so much. I also spoke with Secretary Hegseth about whether there are U.S. troops on the ground in any means and where this operation going on right now, stands.
The Speaker of the House said late this week, the mission is, and I'm quoting him directly here, nearly accomplished by all estimates. Is that true?
Oh, we're very much on track, on plan. I was down at CENTCOM.
Yes. Someone might hear that and think it's almost over.
Well, we're not flying a mission accomplished banner like George W. Bush on an aircraft carrier. We're not doing that, and we haven't done that. But we can be clear with the American people that this is not a fair fight, and that's on purpose. Our capabilities are overwhelming compared to what Iran's are. And frankly, when you combine our Air Force with the Air Force of the Israeli Defense Forces, it's the two most powerful air forces in the world. The ability for us to be up over the top and hunting with more conventional munitions, gravity bombs, 500-pound, 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound bombs on military targets, that we haven't even really begun to start that effort of the campaign, which is going to showcase even more how we will execute on those objectives.
The President said recently there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. What does that look like? Unconditional surrender? How will you know it's real?
It means we're fighting to win. It means we set the terms. We'll know when they're not capable of fighting. There'll be a point where they'll have no choice but to do that. Whether they know it or not, they will be combat ineffective. They will surrender.
Typically, the understanding of a surrender is person to person. Is that what would be required in a matter like this?
Well, there's a lot of different ways. Whether they want to admit it or not, whether their pride lets them say it out loud or not, it's President Trump who will set the terms of that.
Despite the administration's claim that it obliterated Iran's nuclear infrastructure in June, international monitors estimate that Iran still has more than 970 pounds of nearly bomb-grade uranium. Is it possible to achieve the objectives President Trump has set before you if we don't locate and obtain and extract the highly enriched uranium?
There's a lot of different ways we can get after that. They've used a conventional umbrella of missiles that was growing every single day, their production capacity, to try to cover over their nuclear blackmail ambitions. As far as how you get at that nuclear option, we'll make sure that their nuclear ambitions are never achieved.
Will we take it out ourselves?
Well, I would never tell you or anybody else what our options are. See, that's another thing. People keep asking.
It's a legitimate question.
It's a very fair question. People ask boots on the ground, no boots on the ground, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, go in. President Trump knows, I know, you don't tell the enemy, you don't tell the press, you don't tell anybody what your limits would be on an operation. We're willing to go as far as we need to in order to be successful.
Do we have any overt or covert forces inside Iran now?
I wouldn't tell you that if we did.
Only reason I ask is earlier this week you said no. Is that still the answer?
Yeah, that's still the answer, but we reserve the right. We would be completely unwise if we did not reserve the right to take any particular option, whether it included boots on the ground or no boots on the ground.
CBS News contributor and former CIA officer Elliot Ackerman joins me now. I'm always happy to have you with us, Elliot. You listen to an interview like that differently than I do. You have different experiences. You have a different mindset about what you're hearing. What struck you, if anything, about my conversation some 30 minutes with the defense secretary?
Well, I think one thing that struck me is this conflation that if we only drop enough bombs on Iran or only lethal enough, that will bring about the conditions for an unconventional surrender. You know, if we look at the history of American wars, whether it's, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, the challenge wasn't that we didn't have enough military capability or weren't lethal enough. The challenge was a political challenge, that our military tools couldn't affect the type of political conditions that would allow us to declare victory in those wars. And thus far, I think the political outcome that will allow the United States to declare victory hasn't been articulated by this administration.
What I heard frequently, Elliot, was the defense secretary telling me what this conflict isn't. It's not Iraq. It's not Afghanistan. What I yearn to hear more of and what is.
I couldn't agree with you more, Major. I think not only do I yearn to hear that, I think as the longer this goes on and the more it costs in blood and treasure, the American people are going to demand to know what it is, particularly if there is talk of U.S. boots on the ground.
And are you operationally, as you think about this, Elliot, in agreement with lots of people who are much smarter about this than I am, who say if you are going, as the U.S. intends to dramatically end or frustrate for years and years and years Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons, you have to get the highly enriched uranium out. Is that something you believe is true?
I think that's absolutely true, particularly if we have conditions on the ground inside of Iran where the regime continues to cling to power, or even if you have something that metastasizes as a type of civil war in Iran. But we can't have that weapons-grade uranium loose in Iran. It's too much of a liability for the United States and the region.
And of course, Israel would be as concerned about that as we are, and they might jointly or independently also have means or motives to try to pursue it. What do you make, if anything, Elliot, of this announcement of a new supreme leader, one of the sons of the slain Ayatollah Ali Khamenei?
Well, I think there was, a hope early on in the initial salvos of this campaign that perhaps the regime could topple quickly, that you might see a resumption of protests like we saw in January, and the Iranian people, making good on what the administration has called this generational opportunity. The more time that passes from the initiation of this campaign, the more it seems unlikely that you're going to have that type of a popular uprising, to include the announcement of a new supreme leader. So it seems that the regime is dug in, and this conflict seems as though it's going to go on and on.
Elliot Ackerman, always a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. CBS News Chief Washington Analyst Robert Costa joins me now. Robert, you talked to the president over the weekend. What did he tell you? And what are your sources around the president telling you about his current and the administration's current mindset?
Major, great to be with you. My conversation with President Trump on Saturday was very much in line with what our colleague Wei Zhejiang heard from President Trump today. He was very confident about the strategy and policy so far. He was reiterating to me that his view of the damage done to the Iranian military, its Navy, its Air Force was extensive, and he felt the U.S. and Israel were on very good footing, to the point where they do not even need the help of U.S. allies at this point. He's already rebuked the United Kingdom and its offer of sending aircraft carriers to the region.
And that confidence, did it sound, you've talked to Donald Trump before he was a political figure, you've talked to him as a president, you talked to him in his in-between time. Did that confidence resonate in that deeply held Trumpian way, or did it feel any way to you as if it was a placeholder?
His confidence is something I've seen before from him during times of crisis, or at least high tension. He is someone who likes to say he doesn't like when others are playing games. He doesn't respond to pressure. And what's notable about President Trump as a person I've covered for over 15 years is he doesn't approach things, and this is so well known, but it's really often forgotten. He doesn't approach things with the same norms and values as others when it comes to these types of situations. He doesn't reflect on some kind of perhaps internal debate inside of the administration or all of these different options. He's very much about projecting strength, leaning into his decision once he makes it, and allowing things to play out without reacting in real time in some kind of sporadic way.
And the president said very recently that high gas prices would be a small price to pay if, in fact, the United States and the world could obtain peace and safety with a new regime and a new approach in Iran. Based on your reporting, not so much at the White House, but among other Republicans, is that becoming a concern? Gas prices, potential inflationary impacts, downstream effects of this war?
It's a concern to a point privately, as many members are facing re-election. But what's notable today is that President Trump, before he has his press conference in a few minutes, he's been meeting with congressional Republicans and congressional leaders. They couldn't stop applauding him. He's projecting strength. They like that he's projecting strength, they tell me, behind the scenes. They want to see that this war is moving toward a conclusion, but trust him ultimately to come up with the final timeline for how this all plays out. And he knows that congressional Republicans are uneasy, but I don't see an anti-war contingent forming. There's those in the House, Democrats and some Republicans like Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky, who would like to see Congress more involved in the authorization of force. But wholesale, Republicans are pretty much with the president on almost everything. He has reimagined the party in his image, as you know, for over a decade now.
Robert Costa, I appreciate it very much. I see Weijia Jiang right here on the set with me, and that is a great thing because I have often told you, ladies and gentlemen, when we have things that are new, really new, we interrupt our flow and bring those new things to you in the moment. And you have new things, Weijia.
We have new things.
Tell our audience what our new things are.
Well, Robert so definitely, connected our new things with his reporting because they really track. And
you talked to the president.
I did talk to the president, bearing
like
the lead.
what, 2 hours ago, right?
Yes. As Robert also knows very well, and you know too, sometimes, he's in a chatty mood and you can just call him up. And he wanted to talk about the timeline of the war and how he views the progress so far.
And what did he tell you?
I asked him what percentage of the war he thought was complete, because you'll remember that when he first launched the strikes, he estimated that it was going to last for 4 to 5 weeks.
I remember.
So how can we understand the way he's thinking about how much is left to do? And he said that he thought the war was very much complete and went on to talk about how he felt like Iran basically militarily doesn't have anything left. So he said that the U.S. is actually way ahead of the initial timeline he laid out, 4 to 5 weeks. So I pressed him, I said, it sounds like the war could wrap up soon. And that's when he said, I don't know, it depends. And wrapping up the war is in my mind and nobody else's. But clearly it's something he's thinking about. I think today the markets and the oil prices were a real driving force for President Trump and a red flag for him to factor that in. Obviously, he's laid out many other things, Major, but this president cares a lot about those two things.
It sounds as if we could put some things together. When I asked the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, about what the Speaker of the House said, nearly over, nearly accomplished, he didn't embrace that. The president is not directly embracing it, but what the president said and what the Defense Secretary said matches up in this respect. President Trump will decide by himself when this is over, whether the surrender is sufficient to his unconditional standards or anyone else's or history's definition of an unconditional surrender. He's going to end this when he wants to end it. And that is consistent with what I think you just told me you heard.
He wants to end U.S. involvement when he wants to end it, but when the actual war ends is not only up to the president to decide, but it does sound like he is ready to start thinking about how America will end its role in this war. Although I will say, Major, right now he is making live remarks. He is presumably taking questions. He scheduled a news conference, but he already said that we have won the war against Iran. We just haven't won enough. So again, he's leaving some doors open for himself in case that this is prolonged. But there's one more thing, Major, that, that we did talk about, a couple of things, but one thing that really stands out to me is we talked about the supreme leader that he has vocally disapproved of. And he has said, in order for this war to end, I have to be involved in whoever's next in leading the war. And he said he does not approve of Khamenei.
Right,
who is
Mustafa Khamenei, who Matt Gutman just talked to us about.
Exactly, he said.
So he wasn't involved, does not approve.
Does not approve. I said, well, what are you going to do about that? And he said, I have no intention of telling you. He also said, I asked him if he had someone else in mind. And he said, yes, I do, but obviously wouldn't name who that is, or if they had spoken to each other. But this is the reason why it matters, Major, is because he has indicated that if he is not on board with what's happening in Iran's next chapter, that this conflict can't end. But as of right now, you know,
and that becomes a very, very sticky regime change wicket.
Exactly. And he's backed himself into that because he's put it in writing.
These are his
he's
words.
Talked about it. These are his words. And they could change, but that is something that is quite important to him.
But that's what you heard from the president directly not 2 hours ago. Weijia Jiang, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Major.
We are going to take a quick break. Please stay with us. You're watching The Takeout. Welcome back to The Takeout. Authorities said today the suspects in an attempted attack outside the residence of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani were inspired, that's a quote, by ISIS. Two men face terrorism charges, federal terrorism charges. And the allegation is they tried to detonate some homemade explosive devices or things that were potentially explosive devices while protests were going on Saturday. New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said any connection to ISIS should be taken seriously. Let's listen.
There should be no confusion about what ISIS constitutes. It is a designated foreign terrorist organization responsible for deadly terrorist attacks across the globe.
Our Jerika Duncan is following all this and joins us outside, I believe, Gracie Mansion in New York City. Jerika, what's the latest?
Well, the latest, as you just mentioned, is that the police are saying this was ISIS inspired, and they were, because of statements they said both of those suspects made. They're facing federal charges that include use of a weapon of mass destruction. They're due back in court April 8th. They have not been officially indicted, but these are the initial charges. Authorities say that they are taking this very seriously, specifically because of the element that was used inside of that alleged explosive device, TATP, which investigators say is material that is highly volatile and used in multiple terror attacks. What's so interesting about all of this, too, Major, is the age of these men, 18 and 19 years old. Police say they came over here from Pennsylvania, weren't necessarily affiliated with either protest, but wanted to do something, some type of destruction to the people who were here. One of the suspects telling police that he, quote, wanted to carry out something similar to the Boston bombing, in fact, bigger than the Boston bombing, where he told officials because only 3 people died. Kayumi, the other suspect, telling officials that he did look at ISIS-inspired videos on his phone, and one of the deputy commissioners saying that that is something they're seeing more of, younger people being radicalized through social media.
That's
Again,
crazy.
though, they pleaded not guilty to these 5 federal charges. More to come. Again, they're expected to be back in court in April. Major.
And Jerika, that reference to Boston, that's the Boston Marathon bombing. And just help the audience, because they might not have been read in on this. What was going on Saturday? There was one protest and a counter protest. And then, as I understand what the police and the federal authorities said today, they sort of jumped or arrived in the midst of those protests, and that's when they launched this alleged attack.
Exactly. So right here where I'm standing, this is the east side of New York. Gracie Mansion is behind me. That is the official residence of Zohran Mamdani. Officials said that they knew for a few days that there was going to be an anti-Muslim protest, and then there was a counter to that protest. So you have these two groups sort of going at it, and then these two gentlemen come along out of nowhere, and they try and lodge these explosive devices. One of them was actually lit, and what you can see in some of the video and also the still pictures that the police have released is that 2 officials, 2 police officers jumped right in. They ran toward the danger and quickly arrested these 2 suspects. We expect to possibly hear from those 2 officers tomorrow, we're told, but the commissioner, Jessica Tisch, here giving them all the credit. And then again, reminding people that New York City, because of the heightened state that they are already in because of the conflict in Iran, are very well prepared, she says, to handle these types of things.
And ran toward the danger, not knowing exactly what that danger could be. That was worth remembering and is worth remembering. Jerika Duncan, with all the details, I thank you very, very much. Still to come, the economic costs. So
We'll
far
have to
of the
hear
war with Iran.
Mandani's
Oil prices
response.
soar globally past $100 per barrel. President downplays right now pain at the pump. More on all this when we come back. You're watching The Takeout.
I want to see what Mandani said about what's happening in his town.
The average price of a gallon of gas in the United States is up 17% since the war with Iran started. According to AAA, a gallon of regular will now cost you, on average, almost $3.50. Last week, on average, it's only $3, which is close to where things were a year ago. One of our absolute favorite guests, Justin Wolfers, joins us now. Professor of Public Policy and Economics at the University of Michigan and a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Justin, I'm always glad to have you with us. Just do the economics of the week that was.
Mate, the week that was the story of Iran. And I think what people need to understand is there's two stories about Iran, and the American media is only focusing at the moment on one of them. The first of them, the one we are focusing on, is what's going on with oil prices. A rough rule of thumb is that every time oil prices go up 10%, your price at the pump goes up 10%. Well, right now, oil prices are up about 40%. And so that suggests we might be looking at something close to $4 a gallon if things don't change, but things are changing really quickly. Look, so far, as I said, in the US, we've been talking about this as an oil story. But the second thing to realize is this isn't just an oil story, it's a war story. We have lots of evidence from past wars that administrations almost always understate the costs and overstate their ability to get in and out of a mission quickly and easily. And the economic costs often turn out to be much larger and very, very different than what people imagined. And so I think that's got to be weighing very heavily on people's minds right now.
When the president says it would be worth absorbing short-term pain, meaning higher gas prices, to achieve long-term goals in Iran, does that suggest to you, Justin, that this could be ended rather soon? And if it is ended rather soon, meaning the United States stops what it's doing, things could return in relatively quick order to where they were, let's say 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, let me do the classic economist and give you on the one hand and on the other.
There you
and I
go.
apologize for that, but that's the only way to be honest right now. Here's on the one hand. The president at a press conference, in a press interview today, looked like he was more or less declaring victory. By the way, the president's rhetoric and reality are two very different creatures. But if he were to declare victory, he packs up, goes home, it's a very short war. You beauty, life can get back somewhat to normal. It'll never get all the way back to normal. The rest of the world will remember what happened. People will have to plan their businesses, understanding that at any given moment, the president could start a new adventure. That adventure could disrupt the world, disrupt international relations, and disrupt their business. So that's the look, this could be over faster than you think story. Let me tell you the other. It's history. History tells us that almost every time the US has gone into war, it is dramatically underestimated how difficult it is to win and how long it will take. Let me remind you, just in the early days of the Iraq War, Donald Rumsfeld famously said, we might be there 5 days, could be 5 weeks. I doubt it will be 5 months. And it turned out to be much, much longer than 5 years. So when someone says on the one hand it could be measured in days and the reality is in years, that says they underestimated it by a factor of 365. If you want to think about that, just think about when someone in Washington tells you the cost that this war could impose, realize that multiplying that number by 365 remains a possibility.
Justin Wolfers, I always appreciate your time and your expertise, sir. Thank you so much.
Great pleasure, mate.
A shutdown could be coming to, of all places, the Oval Office, meaning a legislative shutdown. There's a threat from the president.
Another one.
Senators, Republican senators specifically, to pass
Another one. Thank you guys for liking my video. Please double tap the
piece
screen.
of legislation that would create new requirements. More on that when we come back. You're watching The Takeout.
Okay.
Welcome back to The Takeout. Over the weekend, President Trump said he will not sign any other piece of legislation until the Senate passes what's called the Save America Act, which would place some new requirements across the country on voting. Congressional reporter Torian Small joins me now from Capitol Hill. Torian, let me play for you something the president just said as he was wrapping up his prepared remarks to House Republicans in Doral, Florida. Please, let's listen.
all. It'll guarantee the midterms. It'll guarantee the midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble, my opinion. If you
That's reference to the legislation, meaning what the president is saying is if this piece of legislation is passed, Republicans are guaranteed to win the midterms, which is not true. He doesn't know. And he also implied that if it doesn't pass, Democrats will continue to cheat. And I've said this before, I will say it every time the president asserts this, and it's false. The statistical probability and the statistical reality of non-citizens voting in federal elections is beyond minuscule. And there are academic studies, stacked on academic studies, that confirm this. Torian, pick it up from there.
Yeah, I just want to point out also what the president is advocating for is a bit further beyond what the House passed. That SAVE Act didn't include what he's calling for now, which is also restrictions on mail-in voting. That means that even though House Republicans did get it across the finish line from their chamber, they'll have to go back to the drawing board to rewrite that bill and pass it all over again before they could send it over to the Senate. There have been quite a bit of stalling on the Senate side because procedurally, it's not as simple as just a simple majority as it is in that chamber. Leader Thune has been pretty vocal on his trepidation around changing the existing rules, including implementing what's known as the talking filibuster, which is what the president has been pushing for. But even if he did, that still doesn't guarantee that they can get it across the finish line, Major, because as we know, the Senate is a bit more complicated and some of those procedures could spell disaster moving forward for their chances at pushing back against opposition from Democrats.
Right. The president is picking a fight with Senate Republicans over this. And to your point, Torian, and I'm really glad you brought that up, if you make these changes to early voting, you are changing a procedure that Republicans continue to try to embrace and use to their advantage, even though the president continues to throw shade on it. Torian Small from Capitol Hill, I appreciate you very much.
Okay.
That does it for today. You can catch tonight's episode of The Takeout and
All right, you guys, I want to see a little bit more what happened with Madani. Let me see how fast I can pull that up for you. I got you. What happened?
Where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with. It belongs to everyone. I will defend that right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say things that I abhor. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not. Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism. There is video of these two individuals throwing two devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody, and the devices they brought taken off of our streets. I want to commend the officers who were on site. They faced a chaotic situation that very quickly could have become far more dangerous. NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro ran towards the danger so that others could run to safety. They are here with us now, and I want to thank them today publicly as I did yesterday privately, and to thank the dozens of other officers who responded without hesitation. That is courage, That is selflessness. And I'm deeply grateful to both of them and to every member of the NYPD who works every single day to keep New Yorkers safe. As the NYPD continued their investigation yesterday, they found a third suspicious device in a vehicle on East End between 81st and 82nd Street. Out of an abundance of caution, they conducted a number of limited evacuations of nearby buildings before removing the device from the area. Once the device was removed, those evacuated were allowed to return to their homes. I am grateful for their continued work to keep New Yorkers safe. And let me say this plainly. Anyone who comes to New York City to bring violence to our streets will be held accountable in accordance with the law. As this case continues to develop, I will remain in close contact and communication with our police commissioner. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who acted on Saturday to protect their fellow New Yorkers and to uphold the values of this city. Now, I would like to invite Police Commissioner Tisch to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. First, I will tell you that we are not at liberty to discuss many aspects of the ongoing investigation at this time due to the pending prosecution. The suspects here, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, are going to be prosecuted in federal court here in Manhattan, and a complaint will set forth criminal charges and the factual allegations supporting those charges. After that complaint is made public, which I expect to occur later today, I will be able to say much more about the investigation and what we have learned in this case. But it is crucial that we respect that process and not get ahead of it. That being said, I can confirm this morning that this is being investigated as an act of ISIS-inspired terrorism. I can also provide some additional information building on my remarks from Saturday evening. At that time, we were beginning to conduct preliminary analysis of two devices that were ignited and deployed earlier that day, one in a crosswalk on East End Avenue and East 87th Street, and the other on the west side of East End Avenue between East 86th and East 87th Streets. That testing was performed by the NYPD's bomb squad and FBI special agent bomb technicians in consultation with an FBI chemist. Preliminary test results determined that these were not hoax devices nor smoke bombs. They were improvised explosive devices that could have caused serious injury or death. Part of our initial investigation was to determine what energetic substance, if any, was used in the two devices. And our analysis showed that one of the devices deployed by the subjects contained the substance triacetone triperoxide, known as TATP. Now, TATP is a dangerous and highly volatile homemade explosive that has been used in IED attacks around the world. Our bomb squad then rendered safe both devices. And as of now, explosive evidence samples are being sent to an FBI lab for further testing. Our investigation also led our detectives to a vehicle that was tied to the suspects. And yesterday afternoon, patrol officers found that car, a black 2010 Honda with New Jersey plates on East End Avenue between East 81st Street and East 82nd Street. Using a robot, the NYPD's bomb squad was able to find another possible suspicious device and materials inside the car consistent with the first two explosive devices, and the area was immediately frozen and cleared. A limited evacuation of certain floors and certain nearby buildings was conducted while the officers secured the vehicle and removed this third device, which was transported to Rodman's Neck for further testing. This third device tested negative for explosive material. Once the scene was secure and deemed safe, residents were allowed to return to their homes. Now, we have been in a heightened state of alert in New York City since the start of hostilities in Iran, and we remain in that posture today. We will continue to deploy additional counterterrorism resources throughout New York City, including heavy weapons teams, K-9 units, aviation, and more. The NYPD is vigilant and determined in our unceasing efforts to ensure the safety of this city and the security of its 8.5 million residents. We also cannot lose sight of how serious time that an IED targeting people was deployed in New York City was in 2017 when Akayed Ullah detonated a device strapped to his torso in the pedestrian underpass connecting the Port Authority bus terminal and the Times Square subway station. No one other than the attacker was injured in that incident. And once again, we were fortunate that the devices used this weekend did not cause the kind of harm that they were certainly capable of causing. But luck is never a strategy. Devices like these have the potential to cause devastating harm, which is why the NYPD does thorough counterterrorism investigations and treats every incident of this kind with the highest level of urgency and care. And it is why we remain vigilant. The safety and security of the entire city ultimately rests on the judgment and the courage of the men and women of the NYPD. And on Saturday, we saw that in its truest form. When those devices were ignited in the middle of a crowded protest, officers did not step back, they stepped forward. With me today are two of those officers, Assistant Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro, who ran toward a lit IED without hesitation and without regard for their own safety. Acting as police officers do, on instinct and training to protect people they did not know and would likely never meet. Moments like that remind us what policing truly requires, because behind every counterterrorism operation, every bomb squad response, every emergency call that sends officers running towards danger, there are human beings who make the decision to step forward when others are running away. Chief Edwards has been a uniform officer for nearly 23 years. He is, as of December, our newly minted borough chief in Manhattan North. Chief Edwards joined this department after witnessing the heroism of NYPD officers on September 11th. And on Saturday, we saw that same spirit carried forward in the way that he responded. Sergeant Navarro has spent the past 11 years serving the city he grew up between Puerto Rico and New York, eventually settling in Washington Heights and the Bronx, and joined the NYPD after a close friend encouraged him to take the exam. On Saturday, he and Chief Edwards responded with the calm judgment and professionalism that situations like this demand. Together, they represent the dozens of cops who were safeguarding that protest Saturday afternoon and the nearly 35,000 members of this department who stand watch over New York City every day. Our entire city owes all of them a debt of gratitude, and although I've said it to them many times already, I will never tire of it. Thank you for your service. We'll now take some questions.
All right, thank you, everyone. We have time for a few questions. We'll start with Jake, AP, right here. Right here. Sorry, we have a microphone too.
I know you can't really go into so much detail at this point, but given that you are saying this is an act of ISIS-inspired terrorism or being investigated, can you give
Sorry,
us?
could you just speak up a little bit more?
Yeah. Can you just give us any sense as to what information you may have to indicate that this is, possibly ISIS-inspired? Also, the commissioner mentioned the heightened state of alert related to the war in Iran. Any indication at this point that there's a connection? And then just also, do you know why they wanted to come to New York and this protest in particular?
So I'll pass this over to our commissioner to answer some of the specifics.
So, Jake, at this time, we do not have any information that connects this investigation to what's going on overseas in Iran. As to the other questions that you posed, I don't want to say anything that could introduce prejudice into the prosecution or do anything that will make the prosecutors' jobs more difficult. What I can say is that the complaint, I expect, will be unsealed later this afternoon. And once that happens, I will be at greater liberty to discuss and answer the questions that you pose.
Thank you. We'll go to Andrew Seth now.
Mayor, you said you were not home at the time of this incident. Can you tell us where you were, how you learned about this incident, and what went into your thought process about why you didn't speak about this publicly, either on Saturday when the commissioner did or on Sunday?
So we had known that this was a protest that was scheduled for over a week. And I had known that there were precautions being taken, and I'm incredibly appreciative of the work that the NYPD both did in advance, as well as the work that we've spoken about having happened on the day and since then. My wife and I were at the New York City Sign Museum in Brooklyn at the time. We continued to be kept up to date as to what was going on both in the midst of the protest and the aftermath of the protest. And we also wanted to ensure that we were able to address New Yorkers directly and clearly with all of the facts as we had them, especially given how fast moving this has been. Wanted to ensure that we had all of that together.
Thank you. We'll go to Catherine, CNN.
Hi, good morning. Wondering if prior to the protest, there was any credible threats online from these individuals, anything that you could see from their social media presence, anything like that leading up to it, that you'd know that they'd be traveling from Pennsylvania to attend this?
Again, preliminary investigation, and you're going to learn a lot more as the complaint is unsealed, but nothing at this time that would have suggested that.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Emma, go ahead right here in the front.
Oh, sorry. Has the team finished going through the devices of the two men associated? And also, is there anything known about a possible third individual who was with them?
Those devices are currently being investigated, so that process is ongoing, and we have no information about a possible third individual with them at this time.
Thank you guys so much.
I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. Let me remind you guys of something, okay?
This is the moment they've been waiting for, the end of a regime that drove them from their homeland.
At 1 a.m., we went to the street in front of the Iranian embassy and started dancing, a bunch of people.
Dancing, shopping, call to my friend, call to my daughter and son-in-law. I'll be happy, so happy. Praise God. Thank you, Jesus.
Iranians are allowed to travel to Armenia visa-free. Many of them come here to do all the things that they couldn't do in their own country, drink wine, listen to music, things like that. But many of the Iranians you find here in the streets of Yerevan are actually not here as tourists. They came fleeing the persecution in their own country. Armenia is one of the only escape routes for Iranians. Most neighboring countries have closed their borders to refugees. So I'm down at the Iranian border now. That fence behind me, the other side of that is Iran. The border crossing is closed for anybody going into Iran except Iranian citizens. And then there are people streaming out of Iran right now. The problem they're having is they come out of there, they're fleeing and they don't have any real plan. It's about a 7-hour drive from here to the capital, the major city where they're headed. But the only option for them right now is a taxi, and that's extremely expensive.
The Iranians can go in and come out, but the people mostly they're coming out.
Now, with more escalating, aid organizations are bracing for a new wave seeking safety here.
What Operation Blessing does, fast reaction to these situations, to give them food, to give them medical aid, food packages, hygiene packages. They surprised our Muslim brothers and sisters They closed their doors, but Christians opened their door for us.
Working alongside Operation Blessing is the local international church in Yerevan, and they've been waiting for this moment.
So Operation Announcing Freedom, we've been planning for 6 years to go into Iran and proclaim the gospel in the cities and in the villages. We have now 147,000 Bibles ready from Armenia to go into Iran, and our plans are to set up missions bases in cities, and then from there, distribute the gospels and declare who Jesus is to the Iranian people.
As the future of Iran hangs in the balance, Christians here are preparing, not just to receive refugees, but to answer what they believe is a once-in-a-lifetime call.
Thanks God. Thank you, President Trump. I love you so much. I love you.
Wait, is that
Al Jazeera
person back there? Hold
podcasts.
on.
Today, the voices of Iranians inside and
Justin,
outside a country at
I'm gonna
war.
bring you
It has
on.
nothing to do with liberating Iranian people. They don't care about Iranian
But-
people at all. They would sooner see us all.
I did it again. Hey,
Hi. I was kind of, I thought that Karceno was going to come, but he didn't.
oh, that's okay. If you want to wait for him, I'll just get back to my video.
No, you go back to your video.
I don't know if
I'll-
I can. Okay, let me see if I can play it while you're up here.
Yeah.
Doc, you're so sweet. Okay, let me see. I don't know because I usually don't drop links on verticals, but I will tonight. Let me
Okay.
see if I can share something.
We're still talking about Mamdani, right?
Well,
Oh, we
we're
good.
talking about Iran, but if you want to talk about Mandani, I mean, to me, it's one and the same almost. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, well,
Hold on, let me
that's
try.
up to
You
you.
can talk while I set this up. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can share with someone up here. Let me see. I don't know. I'm gonna try. If I put us down here, that's not gonna work. Let me see if.
It's
oh,
okay.
It did work. Okay. I'm gonna
Okay.
play this for a second until I get them over here. Okay.
Okay.
I learned something new, y'all. Okay, wait a minute. It'll help if I play it. I can watch Trump all day.
Yes, me too.
Can you hear him or no?
You mean the new Supreme
Uh,
Court? You mean the son?
Should I make it
No.
louder?
Well, I don't want to.
No, yeah, you could, yeah, do that if you can.
You can't
I
hear?
was disappointed because
No.
we think it's going to lead to just more of the
You
same.
can't. You can't hear no.
So I was disappointed to see their choice.
I can hear. No,
You guys can't hear?
You've said you have someone in mind. To
Okay, then something's wrong. Hold on.
The Ayatollah's son.
No, you guys can't hear it. Okay.
Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been?
I like the idea of the.
No, they can't hear it. Okay. Okay, wait. Let me try it again. That's weird you guys can't hear it, but let me try one more time. You guys can hear the video? Oh, wait, I forgot to put it up there.
And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil.
You can hear it,
right
okay.
now
Thank you.
in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have, it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways.
Justin,
but we
I'll be right
haven't
back.
won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where
for
they're
this
not going to
conflict?
be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the Strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know, but People don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of
Will
the
I
people?
help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic.
Hang on, you guys. Let
They
me
have a
turn
great
my
plan.
clip
I'd
off.
love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now, they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace.
Hang on.
And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
President, as of today, there have
But
been
don't you guys just love him? Let's just hear this question and I'll turn it off. Just one question.
8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you
You
have
like that?
conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job.
Okay, let me put this.
And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
I love this. Donald Trump. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's have a conversation. Oh, wait a minute. How do I? Oh, there
Yeah,
we
I'm
go.
here now.
Cool.
Is it just you and me, or is Claude joining, or
You can't see him? I'll put him right there.
no?
You can't
That
see
doesn't
him?
matter. No,
Zeno,
that's not
can you
important.
hear you?
It's fine.
I don't hear him either. Guys.
I can see both of you.
Oh, that's good. I'm sorry.
I can see the both of you.
Yeah,
good.
I apologize.
No, you're
Well, I
fine.
can see you now. I can see you now. 2 seconds.
Okay.
My headset's kind of dropping off. Yeah, I'm ready now.
Okay, so we were talking earlier about, we were talking about the war on Iran, and we actually started this conversation yesterday, you guys, but I had to postpone it more until today. Now, I'm going to just start it off like this. Do you guys agree? Well, I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you guys agree with the war in Iran? I'll start with you, Kaiser.
Well, yes, I do. I think Karceno is going to be a hard no.
Very hard no.
Yeah.
Okay, why?
I'll let Karceno go first.
Okay, while you
I can
guys do
go.
that,
I
let me
can
drop
go
a link
first.
on my community wall. So I'm gonna go on mute because I have to drop a link on my wall. But you guys go ahead and have a conversation.
Okay. Well, the reason for me thinking that the U.S. is doing the right thing is because we've had so many different proxy wars, and it's been affecting the whole world. Taking out Maduro was the first good thing he did, and now he's going to now he's doing Iran. This will weaken Russia, both Russia and China, and I think globally it will have a major positive impact, and I think that this is completely in line with America First. I understand that the U.S. has a lot of issues to take care of. I'm not dismissing that in any way, but you will see gas prices rise immensely if this situation isn't dealt with.
Well, I say a hard no because Iran has not done anything, has not got a missile done.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Just so you
Oh, I'm
know.
sorry.
Yeah.
Uh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the thing is that Iran did not declare war on the United States. They haven't done any actions of a war towards the United States. So for us to have a reason to go in there and attack Iran with no intellect, well, no intelligence, we have no inspections, we have no investigations to say they have made or they were making weapons of mass destruction or a nuclear bomb or any missile that could get to the United States. We have no intelligence of that so that we can decide to go to war. If we just going to decide to skip through Congress and the Senate and just break our own constitutional rights to just go and do whatever we want, to go drop bombs on people, then we are the terrorists. We're acting just like them. That's not what we're supposed to do as America, to set a standard. Who made America the governors of all the countries? This America first crap, that is nonsense. We're not putting America first. Us going in there terrorizing those people in Iran, we're not freeing anybody. We're there to try to take from Iran. That is the only reason we're doing it. We're not doing it to stop them from making a bomb. We got to stop trying to fall for whatever propaganda they keep feeding you. They're feeding you taglines, and people are repetitively speaking them like they're clones or something. It is unbelievable. Nothing, no research, no investigations, no inspections. No one has said anything about Iran having nuclear weapons or anything that's nuclear in Iran. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Of course, they don't want them to have it. But there's no proof that they were even working on it. They have none. Even Israel don't have it. They got involved because Israel and they fired a missile at Iran. They've been going back and forth since January. This has really started picking up, and the United States used this and piggybacked into this war. And now all of this is absorbing all of the money of the United States. They thought it'd be over in a week, less than a week, and look at the problems we're in now. Do you see the global front? And let's say you do, what do you win? You think Russia and China just going to let the United States have Iran? No, that's not going to happen. You're going to take one regime out, and what's going to happen there? How did that work for Iraq? No, we ended up getting ISIS. The Middle East was destabilized. It created a war, people fighting for the territory. United States don't have right over it, so they have to put some leader in charge, and that's not going to work well. It's going to be another war, another fight. And in all of these places that we got bases at, most of the people over there are terrorists. You have a clown prince over in Saudi Arabia. That man is a brutal murderer. But yet we have a base there, and we communicated with him and he didn't want no problems with Iran. We pressured him in order to say, because he didn't want us to use the base in Saudi Arabia. The United States saying, you guys cannot use your base to fight with Iran. And they put pressure on him to say, no, we're going to use the base. And now they're saying that he said it was his idea. He never wanted to go against Iran. This has been the most, I would say, the most false information I have seen in a war in history. Whenever you use a video game footage, you lose all credibility with me, especially when you're not being accurate.
Okay, so on the nuclear front, well, the IAEA has confirmed that Iran has about 1,000 pounds of nuclear material, weapons grade material almost. It's been enriched to about 60%, and from there it takes about a couple of months. So from 60 to 90%, it's about 3 or 4 weeks, maybe shorter than that. and from 90 to 100, it's a matter of days. So they definitely have weapons grade material. And that's
Yeah,
the problem, because as you
they
noticed
can have weapon
yesterday.
grade
Oh,
material.
just a second. I let you go on in just a second, because you were adamant on how well the engineers produced drones and missiles, and that's completely correct. So, but Iranian engineers have the capability of making such a bomb very fast. And that's the problem. So you might say, well, they're not going to hit the US because they don't have the capability of reach. The only country that has the ability to reach the US is Russia. They have the ability in range. Iran doesn't have that ability to hit the US on US soil. But there was another thing you said yesterday, and that was that when people came in and saw how much they've developed, the only thing that they have really developed is a massive amount of drones and missiles. And you are correct when you said that about the prices. That one missile drone cost about between $20,000 and $50,000. And yes, it's true that America producing their weapons, it's far more expensive. So that's correct. But if Iran attacks Israel, well, we're going to have a major problem, because the world cannot sit by and look at this. So the right thing with the threat from Iran to Big Satan, the US is Big Satan, and the connections between Iran and Russia and North Korea, for that matter, it will create an instability. I don't know if that's the correct word, but it will destabilize the heart of the entire world. And you mentioned, about the US being the world police. Well, the US has kind of put themselves in that position. And because of that, the world is relatively peaceful. So you've kind of put yourself in this situation, and for someone in Europe sitting in Denmark, I'm nothing but pleased by that. Thank you for that service to us, because we're gonna what do you call it? Um, well, it's going to benefit us as well. And in Europe, our leaders are kind of idiotic. They're saying things all over the place. But I, for one, appreciate what you're actually doing. And I think you're doing the exact right thing at the exact right time.
Okay, thank you. Quan, jump in.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Did you
How
want
are
to
you? Oh, there's Karceno again. How about those pistols? I mean, you even acknowledge that you don't want Iran with nuclear weapons, correct?
No, they should not have nuclear weapons.
Okay. And listen, everybody knows how I feel about our president.
Our president, that's right. Thank you.
You know how I feel about him. He's not on my A1 list. Everybody knows
Commander in
that.
Chief, I think we all can agree that we have that in common. Go ahead. Mhm.
My buddy, I tell you. But the fact of the matter is, and I get what Karceno is saying, but in this particular one, I do think that he had to strike. Now, here's the mistake. He should have just, instead of trying to keep, oh man, now I'm losing words. Isn't that terrific? in trying to, he sometimes over-explains himself. Just stay with one thing. And there's no need to over-explain this. Listen, we don't want Iran to have the capability to reach us. Listen, no, I don't love him deep inside, Damage Inc. I saw that.
Please,
Man, please, don't get me started with him in January 6th. But I digress.
Focus. We're not talking
We're
about
talking on the topic at hand. Hold on, I'm staying on topic, MU. Hold on. I literally just said I'm staying on topic. Did I not?
Because it seems like
Okay, then. Listen, that's Damage's fault for throwing me off. That's his fault.
Okay, go
but
ahead.
Again, I digress. Here, look at that big smile you have. Here, he's being proactive instead of reactive. And I understand that. And again, it's also a little bit bigger than just the United States keeping Iran from having nuclear weapons. Listen, they're all in bed with China, and we don't want China to have the prevailing dollar. We want the dollar to maintain its strength. And that is a huge deal. Dr. Manhattan is absolutely right when it comes to that.
You won't be able to put sanctions on anyone if you don't have the
Now, I
dollar
believe
to
that this
reserve.
will. Now, I believe this will be over in 2 to 4 weeks. That's just my opinion.
That's me. Well, you said 4 months. Last night. I said 4 weeks. But I think that because the United States can't afford it.
You can't tell him what he meant, but go ahead.
No, I ain't say what he meant. I'm telling you what he said last night. He said 4 months. I was like, 4 months. I was like, this thing go 4 months, man. This country be bankrupt. They can't afford to go 4 months of the war.
Well, I will say we can't afford a 4 months or more war. We can't afford it in Afghanistan because it's costing us $1 billion a day. We can't.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. In 2015, Barack Obama got Iran to sign a deal. Y'all remember that, right? With the conflict with the Gaza Strip and all of the stuff that was going on over there. And 2015, they had signed, and they had several world powers there, the United States, and it's called the JCPOA. That was the whole deal. It's called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. And that deal is where the world powers, they all come together and they put together a restriction package on Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanction relief. So they wanted certain sanctions to be lifted, but they had to make sure they signed and agreed to make sure it limited its nuclear program. Nuclear program that they have is not always bomb. So a lot of things you use like a reactor for energy, for your missiles guiding systems. It's all different type of things. It doesn't mean a bomb all the time. So they have been able to use nuclear materials, just they have restrictions on what they can do with it. So now President Trump, our president now, withdrew the United States from the deal in 2018, said it failed to curtain Iran's missile program. And he wanted that to be curbed. And he said the regional influence it has against Israel. Iran began ignoring the limitations, he said, on the nuclear program. And he said, wow, he waived it. So they have no program to say what they can and cannot do. You've altered the JCPOA. You took it down. So there's nothing in there that's saying that they have limitations. They can do what they want to do.
Well, when the IAEA...
Yeah, if you're under contract to do something, that's your job. And when your contract is up or they cancel it and you don't have a new deal in place, you can do whatever you want. So there was no restrictions. So Washington and Tehran have both said they would return to the original deal, but they disagree on the steps on getting there with Trump because Trump doesn't want to agree. Trump wants the conflict because he wants to come over there because this is not about
No,
this.
Donald Trump does not want. Oh, hold on, you guys. Hang on. Thank you so much for the I lost it. Thank you, Bancombe. Your president started. Oh, for this super sticker. I'm gonna thank you anyway. Your president started a war to divert attention from answering questions about the relationship with Jeffrey Epstein diversion. No, that's not why he started the war. He started the war. Israel and the United States threw a missile over to Iran. Iran would not agree to to discontinue their nuclear weapons program, and that's what started the war. It had nothing to do with Epstein. Okay, that's a whole separate issue. But thank you for the super sticker.
Iran wasn't
I like
living up
his
to the deal.
thoughts. I like that. I like what he said. But
Iran,
no, what he chose to do was to get involved. It's not about the nuclear things at all. It's about oil. It's always
It
been
is
about
about the
oil.
nuclear. It
It's
is
been
about
about
the nuclear
oil. It's
weapons.
nothing
Donald
about
Trump has
nuclear.
promised to
It's
not
all
allow
lies.
Iran. Donald
All
Trump.
lies.
Donald
If
Trump
this
has
was about nuclear, why would you, in the middle of
Donald Trump has
negotiations,
promised to not allow Iran to have facilities to build nuclear weapons. I do not feel comfortable with Iran having nuclear weapons, and neither does majority
then why
of
would he take away the restrictions that was
so,
keeping him from doing it?
so Donald
Karceno,
Trump was out of the deal, so they were trying to come up with something, but because it was one-sided and it was not a good deal for the United States, Donald Trump did what he should have done, which was pull out of the deal.
What was
That's
wrong
what a
with
good
the first
president.
deal?
That's what a president should do. And what was wrong with it is Iran would not agree to certain
They
terms.
have agreed.
No, you can't speak over me now. I didn't speak over you. I had to listen to all of that.
Yes, you did.
So I
But
didn't
go
speak over
ahead.
you one time. I didn't speak over you.
Yes, you did. Go ahead.
When?
Go ahead.
I don't need you to tell me to go ahead. So the United States pulled out of the deal. Okay, Obama, under the Obama administration, what you failed to mention is how much money was given for these nuclear programs under that administration. But Donald Trump has every right to protect the United States and to make sure that Iran, who's made several threats to the United States, not only have they declared how much they do not like the United States, they do have they have enough material to make bombs if the United States did not interfere. And nobody is comfortable with that. And for some reason, you're pushing this whole Iran thing. Let me tell you something. The United States, it was just a matter of time before we were to interfere. There's been tensions with Iran for a long time, and that's before Donald Trump. But because Donald Trump is doing it, you're pushing this narrative about Donald Trump. And what you're really trying to do is appeal to people who don't like Donald Trump. And so you're using that really to win your argument. But the United States we've had problems with the Middle East, Iran in particular, for a long time. Thank you again for the super sticker. We learned Israel was going to attack within us. Go ahead, you guys.
the first problem under Obama was
the Obama administration gave. So you're talking about the nuclear program, but he's the one that unfroze $10 billion in Iranian assets. And so when you're bringing up President Obama, what I find interesting is you only show a one-sided story. Because why would that administration want to give so much money to Iran, who is a threat to the United States?
Give me 1 moment, please.
We know that through Hezbollah, and we know that through Houthis. They're a threat to the United States. And I don't really think that, well, let me ask you guys, do you guys feel that Iran is a threat of the United States, or do you feel that they're a threat?
Yeah. Can I say something?
No problem.
The reason Trump pulled out was because that what a part of the deal was that the IAEA should be allowed to come in and fully investigate, ensuring that they weren't building a bomb. And Iran, they stopped that cooperation. So that in itself is a major threat. So it's not just, poking to the US, teasing or, politically, doing a little bit of funny business, just, to provoke. That's much more serious than that. And Khomeini, he knew this. and they knew that they were building, all drones, all missiles. And you were right that they built a new missile, but it wasn't especially interesting. It was just a faster version, not capable of reaching the US, but just faster and more maneuverable. Uh, um, but the problem is when you set the atomic agency out of play, you're going to have problems. You see, Iran, Pakistan has nuclear capabilities. They use it for peaceful purposes, and if Iran was to use it for a peaceful purpose, I would have no problems for them having nuclear power, and the US would have no problems having nuclear power. So you have a lot of countries, that don't necessarily or aren't necessarily pro US or US friendly, but they still have nuclear power because, yeah, they use it for peaceful purpose, and the IAEA are allowed to come in and inspect. And Iran put their foot down and said, "You're not welcome here." What should the rest of the world do? It cannot happen. Iran cannot be allowed to have those weapons. Iran is the major funder of all terrorism in the world. And you can say, well, primarily in the Middle East, but with the influx of migrants you've had, you don't have control over which people are coming. In Europe, it's the same, and we're closer, to the Middle East. But a lot of people with ill intentions are coming in over the border, and you can be sure that Iran is funding them. And that's the whole issue.
Why did Trump call? Thank you for the super sticker, hi Tiger Boy. Why did Trump call to have the uranium moved prior? Why didn't he? We don't want them to have uranium. They can use uranium to build bombs over in Iran. Did I misunderstand?
Yeah,
But no, we don't want them to have materials where they can make nuclear.
even at 60%, you can use it as a bomb, not a particularly good bomb,
But
but
still, they can make a
still
bomb.
still a bomb.
Still a bomb.
Russia has the capabilities. I know they've been out swinging their sword and saying, well, nuclear weapons in Israel, in Ukraine, isn't off the table. But it's Russia, just swinging their sword. Yeah, you know what I mean. And if you notice, China's keeping out of this, completely out of this. They have other interests.
So far, but that could change. But
They definitely won't get engaged in this. They have completely different interests, and those are economical interests. And going into this conflict, wouldn't benefit them in any way. I promise you, they will not participate in this.
thank you for the super sticker. And thank you guys for your cash outs. I see you. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, I gotta send that super sticker back. We will not be doing that. But thank you guys. So instead of destroying it, he had them move it.
One thing I will say, I think China's laying low. I'm not going to say that they won't participate in it. I think they're laying low to see what the climate is going to be in a week or so. I think if it goes a certain way, they might, but I don't think they want to do anything to upset the apple cart. That's why they're not involved.
Even though
Now, Karceno, here's the argument that if you had wanted to put forth this argument, you would have had something. The argument being, why did the U.S. participate with Israel? If you had went that route, you would have made more sense.
I don't think it would have made sense because
I do, because what? Hold on. I just now see you interrupted me. But go ahead. It's your platform. Knock yourself out.
No, it's not.
No, knock yourself out. Knock yourself.
Finish your point. I'll wait.
No, I'll wait till you finish.
Lord.
Go ahead.
All I was saying is that the United States is close allies with Israel, but go ahead.
I know that, but but I'm saying he would have had a stronger argument if he had went that route. That's my point.
Okay.
I'm not saying, hold on. I didn't say that he was right, wrong, or indifferent. I said that he would have had a stronger argument if he had went that route. That being said, I mean, we already know that the United States is a very staunch supporter of Israel, especially him. And for some reason, Trump and Netanyahu act like bosom buddy. But if he had went that route, it would have been a stronger argument. But we already know that the United States and Israel are very strong allies. And to be fair with the United States, he's about our best ally when it comes to Israel has been our only true ally in the Middle East.
And
now, there at times, Saudi Arabia has been okay, but let's face it, most of the Middle East has been wishy-washy at best with the United States. And the only true ally that we have is Israel in the Middle East. So it does make all the sense in the world for the U.S. to partner with Israel.
And Israel is the only country creating stability. And I might point to the Abraham Accords. That was insane. That's an insane agreement. The first real agreement for common gain of wealth in the Middle East. You know, the deal between, an economic deal between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United Emirates it's never happened before. And that Trump got that done in 16. It's a major win, So if Iran bombs Israel, well, you're going to have a lot of conflicts. So the UAE and Saudi Arabia are not interested in conflicts. They're not happy about this one, but they're gonna allow it and they're gonna tolerate it because even they think that Iran is a major problem. They have the same terrorists, you know, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, whatever, making bombs, suicide bombings. It's a major problem. So they're actually cooperating with the U.S. and Israel, and it's for economic prosperity.
Wow, thank you for the super sticker, H Tiger Boy 82 USS Liberty. What's coming?
So changing the argument to include Israel and pointing the finger at them. The only reason for doing that is to remind people that Israel is just a horrible country and they're evil, because that's kind of the sentiment that I pick up different places. It's Israel. Israel is corrupt. Israel is the real world's leaders. To say maybe that's not the right word, but they control the world, and it's 9 million people. 2 million people are maybe 7 million, I can't remember, but 2 million are Arabs living in the country. And no, they don't control the world in that way. It's a far out conspiracy, but people tend to, fill in the blanks when they don't know. So I don't think the argument holds, but I do respect, the primary interest being in the US. I get that. And yes, prices will rise, but they will rise even more if we don't get this done. We're gonna battle this for decades, maybe even centuries, if we don't get a hold of this. So I wish the Danish government and Europe as a collective would insist on helping the US. Really, I would suggest that.
But this is also a huge reason why the agreement with Venezuela had to take place too, because could you imagine if we didn't have anything in place with Venezuela now, the oil prices would be, I mean, they're bad now, but they would be through the roof if they weren't.
And the only thing that the US really has to do is get control over the refinery. It's a little island with a refinery where all Iranian oil passes through. So if you can control that, and you can control the Hormuz Strait, the Strait of Hormuz, it will inevitably lead to the Iranians giving up, because you're going to control everything and all the money.
Bye, Yo-Yo. Thank you. This is a healthy exchange. I think that I don't completely, I mean, I don't completely disagree with Cito and Claude. Well, Karceno,
No,
I do, but not Claude. I just think that I think that when it comes to this war, a lot of people are just feeling like Donald Trump is doing things with no rhyme or reason. But
well,
I also find that go ahead. I find that delusional because of the conflicts that we've had with Iran. Israel is important to the United States for their counterterrorism expertise and other things. You guys know that Donald Trump, well, some of you may not know, but Donald Trump has tried to negotiate with Iran and for them to come to an agreement with their nuclear weapon program, but Iran refused. So here we are today. Donald Trump asked for a ceasefire. Iran said no. So I don't know when this is going to end, but
well,
here we are.
the problem is that the BRICS countries are under pressure because Iran and China and Russia need Venezuela, and when Maduro is taken and Venezuela is getting back, to some form of normality, and the next target is Iran. The whole BRICS manifesto begins to crumble, and that's good for the entire world because Europe, the US, South America, I promise you, you do not want to be the ones that are getting sanctions. So this is a logical step, and I will ask you to think about if it wasn't Donald Trump and it was Obama doing the exact same thing, how would you actually feel?
Good question, Justin. You guys, Justin is Kaiser. I don't know why he uses his real name up here, but he does. But that's Kaiser.
Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'm in Europe, so nobody can come and beat me up.
We're not gonna beat you up in France. Okay.
So that's kind of my position, and well, if you have better arguments, I will take that. I will listen to that, and I will change my perspectives if it makes sense.
If it makes sense,
But
no.
yeah, I'm flexible. I'm not completely conservative. I'm not liberal in that sense. I'm kind of mixed. I'm pragmatic. So This is the world we have. What are we going to do about it? Something needs to happen. And a lot of people, I'm not saying any of you, but a lot of people think that the world is kind of a constant, that we like the world as it is, and it's not going to change, and we're going to keep it as is. And that is impossible. And it's kind of an idiotic thought to have, because a lot of things happen every day, and it will affect other things that will affect other things. It's kind of like the butterfly effect. So the world is not at a standstill. It evolves, and not always for the best. And this is a time where it's not actually for the best. But sometimes you need to take the bull at its horns. That's a Danish phrase. You could probably translate it. You just need to be proactive before it gets worse, and it's going to get much worse if America and Europe, if we're invited in, and Israel, if you don't finish the job, because you're going to cut off the funding for terrorists, and they're going to keep growing. And the difference is that these terrorists and Iran also, we have major different perspectives of life. You know, in the Western world, we want to enjoy life. We want to create. We want to, you know, what we see as the good of life. But the terrorists and Iran, their mission isn't good life. It's death. And that's why we often can't see eye to eye, and we don't understand them. Because why could your goal be death? And that's very hard for people to believe. But you can look it up, you can study it, and this is what is happening. And that's the major conflict. So we can either invite death in, or we can fight for our way of life. And I can tell you, of all the different systems around the world, the Western hemisphere with democracy and capitalism is by far the best system that exists. I'm not saying things can't be better, but it's the best that exists as is. Thank you.
No, that was well said, Justin. That was well said. You know, maintaining our way of life. Sino, do you want to expand for him?
Oh, I can speak? Okay.
I never stopped you from speaking.
Okay. Well, listening to everybody who was speaking, I sat here and I processed everything. I wasn't allowed to finish my point, but I'll try to go back. Let me go back to the original deal in place. This is what really matters: policy. Everybody here is speaking about their own projections out of their own fear. None of you are speaking about policy and what's actually happening. You have one person, like Misunderstood, who think they're terrorists. And Kaiser Sose, he thinks they're terrorists. Everybody should dictate to Iran what Iran should do. No one is talking about actual history and law. Iran has never started a war in their life. They've only defended themselves. That is documented. Everyone invades them and they protect themselves. So what gives you the right to say they are the terrorists or they're the ones that's in the terror? Is anyone policing Israel? Anybody saying what, Israel couldn't have a bomb? They don't have a nuclear program? What is going on over there? Any other country? What makes America police of the world? There's no law saying that America gets to do that. That's why we have NATO. That's why we have everybody in place to sit down and come up with a collective idea and process. Once you start eliminating that process of just, we're just going to go into that country and take over, we become the terrorists. That's the problem. You guys are not looking at policy. You're going off of it as of emotion. And that's a terrible way to go. Under the terms of the agreement to dismantle the nuclear program that was in 2015, open to their facilities, you assumed that, assumed that uranium, that they shouldn't have it because they can use it to make bombs. That's your personal opinion. They have a certain cap of how much uranium they use. Uranium is not just used to make bombs. This is why we got to stop making our own personal hate and observations and biases towards countries based on creed, race, and religion. This is part of the problem, because the same people who are doing this are the same people who are in power. They're there to take control and seize the oil. This is all about Israel. Israel wants to control that, and they want to be able to do whatever they're doing. And they don't want no interference, no help. They want to just take over the Palestinians and basically committing genocide over there with those people. It's ridiculous and it's sick. But that's a whole nother argument.
I need to step in here, because what you're saying, Karceno, is rubbish from start to end. It's complete rubbish. Israel is being attacked again and again. You know how many times Israel has offered a solution for two part state? Do you know that the Palestinians every time, regardless of how much, they've been offered 90% of the territory, and they've still said no. Arafat and so on, they've all said no, no matter what the deal has been. And Hamas is either destroying their own people, or they're attacking Israel. It's Hezbollah the same, with help of the Houthis. It's a religious war against Israel. Nothing more. It's complete rubbish. I'm sorry, Karceno. But Israel has been on attack ever since they were formed back in 48.
Oh, they will always be under attack.
Yeah, but
the reason that Israel will always be under attack, because they are not the original people there.
They are the original people. You know, the Palestinians, there was nothing called the Palestinians until about 68. Nothing. They're not a
That's
people,
a whole
they're
nother
Arabs.
argument for another time, but I
No,
get
no,
what
this is
Karceno was
exactly
saying.
argument.
No, hold on,
you-
one moment.
They're the occupiers.
I know exactly what Karceno is saying. That's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother. You're going down the rabbit hole for real. But we'll touch that another time. But I know what you're saying.
It's fine, but he pulled it up as an argument.
I'm still trying to finish the nuclear program. He jumped in once he heard Israel. So I'm like,
no, you're not going to gaslight here, because what you did was connect Israel, to violations against the Palestinians, and I won't stand for that. So that was your argument.
Yes, I believe they're in violation.
Yes, well, you can believe that. You know what Israel did after the 7th of October? They threw pamphlets out, days before they were going to bomb, giving people the opportunity, to flee the area while they were going to bomb to get Hamas. They built tunnels under hospitals, under schools, pushing their own people in front of them, making them take the casualties, executing people, taking every resource from people and selling it to them, not helping their own population. It's ridiculous. And at the same time, telling the international media, well, it's so and so, and the international media is buying it. They're just gobbling it down.
Yes,
and it's complete rubbish.
In Israel, they're angels.
No. I'm not saying anybody is angels. I'm just saying that you're calling them occupiers. Well, they've tried to create a two-state solution many times. You can look that up, and they've said that it's been it's been refused every single time. What do you want? There are
Well,
2 million, there are 2 million Arabs living in Israel.
Okay, I reclaim my time. When Israel,
Not I reclaim my time.
yes, when
Oh,
Israel,
you
right,
got
I'll let everybody talk for about a whole hour. Now,
for the super sticker. I just want to thank you for
when
the super
Israel approves DNA testing in that country, then we can have that conversation. Now, here we are. Now, let's get to the actual nuclear program that everybody was talking about. This deal. Now, the rivalry between Iran and Saudi Arabia, that deal became in jeopardy once Trump withdrew it in 2018. And in retaliation for the U.S. Department for the attacks, the Iranians, they said, look, in 2020, they said, look, we resumed this activity, but in 2023, Iran had basically traces of amount of uranium. That's what we were talking about. They said this is weapon grade levels, sparking international alarm. This is what first got everybody's attention, right? Because they had all this uranium. But President Joe Biden said the United States would return back to that policy, the JCPOA, if Iran came back into compliance. But after more than 2 years of stop and go talks, the countries are nowhere near a compromise until late of 2023. Then the election had went down with Trump, and they all decided, hey, this is what we're going to do. Trump had the ambassadors in there. They were under negotiation since January that they were going to come up with a deal. When they met in January to talk about the deal, they were going back and forth. It was going well, but then Trump would go on television and tell people it wasn't. So the people in Iran is like, what is he talking about? Why is he saying it's not going well? We had a great conversation. We had some things we liked and we didn't like. We said we're going to come back to the table on it. So when they had the second conversation, they bombed them way before he set the deadline. Remember, he set a deadline and he bombed them before the deadline. He went and bombed the commander, Ayatollah, before the deadline.
And so what?
Who does that? Now you believe you're okay with that?
Yes.
If Joe Biden did everything that Trump is doing right now, would y'all be okay with it?
Yes.
That's a lie. Go ahead.
No. Why? No. Because why it's not a lie? It's because I want to see action on this. I don't care who's gonna be behind the action. If it's Trump, if it's Obama, if it's Biden, but none of them did anything. They just let Iran keep on keeping on. So you can say, well, if things were going well, why didn't he wait for the next discussion? Well, I wasn't in the room. You weren't in the room. None of us were in the room. So none of us can guarantee that that there weren't signals being sent that there was not going to be compliance. And you noticed, you said something interesting. Well, there's been talk since 2023, right? Yes. Wasn't that what you said? Yes. So it's been 3 years. How long does it take to make a deal about peaceful energy and not a bomb? How can that take 3 years? It doesn't take 3 years.
That's all negotiations, and they're going back and forth because there was no policy. There was no policy in place because Trump destroyed it. So when Trump, that's what I said. If you have a contract, right, to do a job, and they say what you can do and what you can't do on your job, and then they say in 2018 we are eliminating this and we want to make a new deal, you don't have a contract, do you? So
no.
So you get to do whatever you want to do until they come up with a new contract. That's the same in Iran. They have not violated anything because they have every right to do it. There's no deal in place. I'm not doing anything.
I'm not. But you're assuming that there has to be a deal in place. You know, the proper thing would be there was a deal in place. But the world is not like that. Karceno.
That is how the world works.
That's the way you want the world to work.
No, that's not Russia has restrictions.
Yes.
Ukraine has restrictions. Everyone
Yes.
has restrictions on what they can do and
Yes.
how much they can go. Everybody has to get oil from Rotterdam. They can't go to each other's countries to get the oil. They have to go to Rotterdam to get the oil. The oil is departed in Houston, Texas. So I know what they're doing because everyone has to sign and agree. That's why they have this treaty, the North Atlantic Treaty. That's what NATO was for these neighboring countries to do these deals, because everyone has to respect laws of other people's countries. One makes America feel that they can violate everyone else's rights.
So why?
You will let somebody come in your house and tell you what to do because they feel they can? No.
No.
So why?
No, but I'm not going around provocating. But I'm not provoking. But I'm not provoking, Karceno.
They didn't provoke anyone.
What?
They never attacked anyone in history.
But that's not true.
Well,
because
that's
they're attacking through Hezbollah and other terrorist groups are still attacking. And it sounds to me as if you want to preach this pro-Israel Iran, but we're not going because they do attack. If you're using, if I don't do something to you, but if I send somebody to do something to you, I'm still attacking you.
It's proxy war.
Okay, by proxy. So they're tied to terrorist groups that
I have no proof of that. I have no proof of that. I know we have proof.
Yeah, I think you should look that up.
We have proof of Qatar, who fund Hamas. They fund them, Qatar, and Trump went over there and did a deal with them for planes and everything.
No, we're not going to play like.
And we know that, right? But we're okay with that. Why?
He was given the plane. He didn't.
Why are we okay with that? That plane deal. Why are we okay with that?
It wasn't a deal. He was just offered it for free.
Oh, so we could
They
take
gave him.
people that fund terrorism?
Well, if my enemy came and would give me something, I would take it happily. That doesn't mean that we're not we're good friends. But I would take it. That's a resource.
You would take something from people that fund terrorists to bomb and hurt America. So
well,
something for free, you'll take it?
Well, two things can be true at the same time, Karceno.
Hang on, you guys. Give me a second. Hang on, you guys.
That is the biggest hypocrisy I've heard today. It's okay if they go.
It's called pragmatism.
Okay, so you know who invented proxy wars.
So you want
all those Americans who got killed by Hamas and their families destroyed? You can tell them, hey, don't worry, we got a free plane.
No, who said that?
Well, you just said, as long as you're getting something for free.
Hang on, you guys.
Qatar funds Hamas. We know that.
Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
Have our base over there. So what does that tell us? We know they do it, and they're funding terrorism against America, and y'all have said nothing about it.
Okay, give me 1 second.
What?
You guys, both of you, give me
We
1 second.
just told you, and you said there's no evidence of this. Come on.
Let me put you guys on mute. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Your question is, who invented proxy wars? When y'all sitting in a super sticker, I will ask the question. Thank you guys for asking in a super chat. Okay. Y'all know who invented the proxy wars? Do you want to tell me? Go ahead, you guys.
The term of proxy wars, I don't know.
No, you guys can finish your statement. I just don't speak over there. Go ahead, guys.
Well, you just, Karceno, come on. You just said that there's no evidence of Iran funding these terrorist organizations. There's plenty of evidence of this. This money trail has been investigated by Israel, by the international community, by the U.S. We know this. This is not up for debate. We know this. So when Iran is prepared to offer that kind of donations and the groups keep getting larger and larger, well, at some point you have to do something. It's pure self-defense. It's not just Israel it's going to hurt. You've had a massive, as I told you, you've had a massive influx of migrants, and you have no idea who these migrants are. And we've had a lot of terrorist attacks in Europe. And we're fed up.
You're fed up with attacks, terrorist attacks. You have terrorist
Yes.
attacks here in the United States by Americans.
Yes.
You got more Americans doing terrorist attacks on Americans here in the United States. You're not concerned about that?
Of course, I'm concerned with every terrorist attack. I want it to go away completely, but I'm not an idiot. You know, I know that you're not going to get rid of it completely. But yesterday, Saturday, or when it was, you had just had an attempted bombing, you know, in New York. These are fundamentalists, Islamists. This is a problem, and it's
Well,
going to get worse and worse and worse.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it until I see a real investigation report, because they will make up anything to wag the dog to give the reasons, like they did for
Look,
mass destruction. And everybody
fact
knew that they were going in there for Operation Iraqi Freedom, and they were just in there for oil. At the bottom of the day, end of the day, they always end up going in for oil. That's
okay. Hang on to that thought real quick. Joe, thank you so much for the super sticker, you guys. Thank you for the super chat. I see you. Israel, America has, I'm reading it. It doesn't mean I agree, Joe. Israel, America have funded terror groups for decades. Name one. Name one. Go ahead, you guys. Super stickers are the only way I'll stop and ask the question, but go ahead.
Yeah, they said what
They
terror.
won the CIA, but that's another story.
No, you guys have to. I disagree, but go ahead. I disagree, but go ahead.
What about terrorist groups?
No, what you were saying before with the super sticker.
No, he was saying, my thing is, he said Iran was, there's plenty of evidence of Iran funding terrorists. And I'm about to say, well, I know the terrorist group that Qatar is funding, and that's Hamas. We know that. That's already on record. We already know Qatar does it. No one seems to complain about that.
Iran also uses
that
Iran doesn't use Hamas. Is that what you're saying?
Why there's no complaint about Qatar and them funding Hamas? They're terrorists.
There's definitely a critique on that, and it is it's a large problem, but it's a country. It's a complete country. And what we're doing right now by bombing Iran, it's not we trying to bomb the Iranian people. Before '79, Iran was a fantastic place. You know, it was a place where you want to go on holiday, where it was it was on the bucket list. If I can do one thing, I would want to go to Iran. That's all over, and the Iranian people are tired of this. You know, they're being killed in the streets. They're being pulled aside for some crime that not really is a crime. They're throwing body bags in the streets.
Using the Iranian people as propaganda pieces, don't like the media does. They film Iranian people. You filming Iranian people from different areas. They're filming them over here in UK. They're filming them over here in the United States. They're filming them all over there. Show me the Iranian people in Iran that says that, oh my God, we're unhappy. Please save us. We're not seeing that. We're seeing the people in Iran. They're irate at what is happening with the United States of America and invading their country and coming there bringing terrorism to them. And they haven't done anything to the United States of America. They've not launched a bomb first. They were responding. Everything they've done has been in response. In the whole history, when America sent Saddam Hussein to come over there in 1980s, and millions of Arab people died because America did that, sent Saddam Hussein in there to take over Iran, and they failed. And you saw what happened there. Every time, Iran has protected themselves. They have not started a war with anybody. Israel started it with them. That's the only way they do it. Israel likes to do things under the table and hide their hands and try to play victim. They're one of the most wickedest people alive.
And there it was. So you see, fundamentally, we differ a lot in our perspectives. And as long as we're going to have this disagreement on just alone the Israeli people alone and Israel as a state, we're going to have a very tough time reaching any kind of agreement, because you just criticized us for being emotional. There was no emotion in what I said. It was pure fact. But you just got emotional.
No, I
You
didn't.
see? Yeah, yes, you
That's
did.
not at all.
You know, if this is when you go back, try going back to the start time step and watch that and see that was not pure emotion.
No, it's not really emotional to me.
Again, the gaslighting. You know, I'm not an idiot. I can see what you're doing and I listen to what you're doing. Same.
No, I'm just really speaking on points.
Well,
Israel, I believe Israel is definitely wicked, and they are behind a lot of things under the table. And
yes.
everybody else seems to know it around the world. And that's why they're always in conflict. So I understand it.
Well, it's a
Hold on,
religious
let's be fair
conflict.
here. Every country in the world has blood on their hands. Let's pump the brakes on that.
Yes, they do, especially America.
Every country in the world has
Especially
blood
America.
on their hands.
No country more than America.
I'm not going to argue that either. I'm not going to argue that. I mean, we know what the CIA did to our own people, so we don't even have to argue that, do we?
Exactly. That's why I said no place worse than this place. So what gives us the right to go to another country and try to police some people? What makes us worthy?
Well, listen, this at the end of the day, this is all a game of chicken. And nobody listen. I'm just gonna break it down because I'm tired of the back and forth and all this stuff. This is all a big game. It's understood.
That's smile,
No, you can leave it there. That's fine. That's fine. If you want to do that, that's
Okay.
because nobody wants a damaged world. In a perfect world, no country should have nuclear weapons.
That's true.
The fact that all of these major militaries have nuclear weapons is all a game of chicken. It's which one has the guts to push the button, and none of them really do. But it's just best they figure, let's stockpile this. We have this many weapons, but we don't want this one to have weapons. Let's call a spade here. Let's cut through all the BS.
Thank you for the super sticker.
But here's the thing, Claude.
Thank you so much.
Here's the thing, Claude. That like there's a nuclear reactor right over from Iran.
And hold on for a second, because Karceno, one moment. When you bring up those, listen, I live in New York City. In upstate New York, there was a nuclear reactor called Indian Point. I know you've heard of that.
Yeah.
Because there were a couple of times where an Indian Point almost was a disaster, where it was leaking uranium and all types of outshoots, and it was almost inhabitable for years. And they had to turn around and shut that plant down. So none of these.
Agree with you. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. But here's the reason why they have these weapons. And people say, well, why do they have them? You have to go back to the olden days when people were in a rush to make the atom bomb. Like when you saw the movie Oppenheimer. Back what was going on over there, people were scared that even in the space program, that Russia would drop a bomb on America if they get to the moon first. So everybody would read the papers because they didn't
No,
have.
I remember the space race. Go ahead.
Right. So everyone was afraid that Russia had the bomb first, so they can just launch a bomb and blow up half the world. That was the rumor. So people were living in fear at those times of that. Right. So the weapons were created not to be fired, just for the scarcity of it. See, the scarcity is where the power is. So that whoever has that scarcity, that's what gives it value. Even on the market, when you look at the minerals, it's not about possessing all the minerals. Whoever possesses all of it, then you're going to lose all the money. The money is in the scarcity of it. We might go have zero. We might have this. So to own it all would just be a waste. You'll just be sitting there with stuff that you wouldn't make money on in the stock market. So that's why people don't just go out and buy it all. They say, no, I can't buy it all. That don't make sense. So the scarcity of it going up and down is where the money is made, those small margins. So that's how you control people. You control masses because you feel safe. Americans feel safe because if they shoot a missile at us, we can shoot a missile back at them. So now we feel safe because of scarcity, fear. So that word is, so I agree with you with the weapons. I don't feel anybody needs a nuclear weapon at all. But
no,
I'm not going to say Iran is the best place in the world. No, it's not. I just don't like bullets. I didn't like Venezuela move. I didn't like that at all. And the reason they came up with was a complete, utter just lie. And I don't like governments lying.
No, I disagree with you there. I think the Venezuela move, the only thing I didn't like about it is he bypassed Congress in doing it. But I think I think that was actually a very good move that he did there. I have to disagree there.
And that's also the minerals thing.
Misunderstood. You just, you're on a roll today.
There's the fact, there's the thing about minerals. Venezuela has a lot of minerals. It's not so much the oil. And why are the minerals important? Well, because China is sitting almost exclusively on chip production. And that's a problem. You know, Taiwan, and the reason why I'm just going to skip a few steps here. Why the U.S. needs to be the world police? Well, you have the reserve. The dollar is the reserve. As soon as you lose that, well, you're not going to have the power anymore. So you will like your way of life. You're going to have to protect your way of life. And that might, you can say, why does that give us the right to go in and bomb Iran? Well, that's more of a difficult situation. But what gives us the right to go in and put sanctions on countries? It's the same thing. So instead of weapons that have been used, you're using economic means. But at some point, the economic means are not enough. And we see that in Iran, because they've got an inflation that's insane. $1, I think it's about 1.5 million of their currency. $1, 1.5 million of their currency. So their currency is useless. So they depend on selling oil. And there have been restrictions on Iran. It hasn't worked. And when they don't allow the inspections, well, the deal's kind of off. And you can say, well, Trump pulled out, but in fact, in reality, it's the Iranians that pulled out because it's a consequence. And you might say, no, Karceno. Well, what?
Trump, he came in and canceled and ended the deal.
Yes.
2015, it was in place in July of 2015. Yes. And then in 2018, he canceled it. So they did not.
Yes. Well, they in reality, they did. Because under Biden, they wouldn't let inspectors come in and see what was going on.
They didn't have to.
So, what do you mean they didn't have to?
They don't have to. They have no deal. We just went over that. If you have a contract, you follow the rules of the contract. Once you tear it up, there's
you're saying there was a contract in place in 15, right?
Yes, 15.
Yes, and Biden, he let Iran keep on doing what they were doing without inspectors coming in. He allowed this. So when you enrich uranium, to a certain point. So 60% is fine, but whenever you go over 60%, your intentions are something else, and that is the problem. And then you can say, no. What gives us the right? Well, we want to protect the Western Hemisphere, and the world is kind of reliant on each other. So we want peace everywhere. So Trump making the Abraham Accords was massive, and Iran does not like this. You have to remember.
We had peace in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. Why we didn't have What happened now? Why we don't have peace now? Why? What happened? I don't understand.
Something has to be done now.
Why does it
And
have
it's
to be done now? I mean, what went wrong to why now it has to be done right at this moment in time?
you want to wait? You want to wait until the problem gets worse? You have BRICS
Well, this
countries.
is why we elected Trump, right? Because if there was a problem, he would have fixed it, right? This is fixing the problem or making it worse.
It's fixing the problem. People just don't see it that way.
No, we don't.
And I know, and I to some extent I can understand it. But if you think about just the BRICS countries in last year, early last year, January, February, March, something like that, they collectively went out. BRICS countries went out and stated their manifesto, and their clear objective was to change the world reserve. So we're going from the dollar to something else. And that gives the BRICS countries all the power. All the power.
Well, the wealthy 1% ruined this country. The reason why China is manufacturing chips is because we sent all of our manufacturing to China, Taiwan, Korea, South Korea. We've outsourced all of our companies, all the CNC, all the mill shops, all the countries. I mean, the companies here started to, all the manufacturing companies, U.S. Steel, General Electric, all of those things went down. It's done. We got whole towns that are completely empty. Youngstown, Ohio, mill towns. We have a lot of towns that depend on their whole existence. It's from the mill. And these towns are like deserts. It's like empty towns because there's no more any like US Steel, General Motors, and most of them are closing down because we gave up manufacturing. All the wealthy 1% wanted to go buy it at other countries. And we closed down all the CNC lathes. All these jobs are being reduced. People have to go work in China and take work in China. My uncle had to go to China. I was working at Smalley's Steel Ring Company. Thank God it's still open. As one of the places that we had to compete against a machine from China making CNC bolts. U.S. use real pure steel. That's 20 cents a bolt. Now it's like 30, 40, almost 40 cents a bolt. But back then it was 20 cents a bolt. China had a machine that they use, their metals are not the same. They use recycled metal. So it doesn't have the same quality. And their bolts is almost similar, but not the same. And it's 8 cents a bolt. What did the companies choose to do? Were they going to pay the 20 cents a bolt or were they going to pay the 8 cents a bolt? Now the bolt that's 20 cents, that could last you 20 years almost with that steel. That one bolt will not break. You can replace it after 20 years. That 8-cent bolt gonna get you 3 to maybe 5 if you're lucky. 3 years. And what happened? They chose to go buy from China, use those bolts, and they put them in your cars. And then that whole period, you had the most axle breaks. Your seat wouldn't lock in, it breaks, and it goes all the way back. All the new cars were having these malfunctions in them because they were using parts from China. And they were and putting their stickers on them, on American stickers on them, but they're buying the parts from China. This is
And now you have
America.
Yes, and now you have a president that has been putting tariffs everywhere. And that the tariffs are because they want to send a signal to American companies, also foreign companies, to say, hey, look, if you come to the US, you're going to have a great deal. You know, so he's trying to pull back all the companies that have outsourced their production. He's trying to pull that back, so they have an incentive to come back and produce.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work because all the tariff money that they're getting is not going to go to the people. It's going to go into military, private sector, and like you see here, the war. So now they got to go back to Congress and beg for $50 billion because this war that they did, they weren't prepared for. They did the sloppiest war I've ever seen in my life by the United States of America. We've never been more unprepared for anything. I've never seen anything like it.
I would bet you that the Vietnam War was the biggest mistake.
Yes, this was the thing is they had no strategy. You have Elon Musk who doesn't know anything about Iran. I'm like, why is he even in the war room? What is he there for? I mean, not Elon Musk, Ted Cruz. I apologize, Elon.
I was about to say, where's Elon Musk in this?
Yeah, exactly.
Threw me
What the
off for a
hell is
second.
on there? He knows nothing about. He don't even know anything about Iran. So all of these people who know
So
nothing.
Bill Gates doesn't know anything about medicine, and he gave us those vaccines. How's that working out?
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Hey,
off topic.
I'm with you 100%. So my thing is when they do things, the country do something, and we know it's not right, and we know like, hey, not to believe them. Why do we believe this regime? Trump has lied on this stand like almost every time he go to the podium, he tells a brand new lie. I'm just like, how can he do that? We've seen it. We're watching it literally on our phones from people that's filming it as the bombs are coming in their own country. And he's like, no, that's fake news. That's not real. I'm like, no, it's real. I'm just looking at it and I'm like, I don't just read it. I'm just like, let me go and see if these people in the country have made their videos. And they do. They document it. So that's when I say, okay, that really happened. So that's how I know they really had that cluster missile and they've never fired it until then. And that is you can't defend it. There's no defense for that missile. The United States have never seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it in war history. I've never seen nothing like that, where a missile can get shot in the air and it attract the repelling missile, but it separates and drops like 40, 50 micro bombs. They just come out. You can't, there's no way you can defend yourself with that. And they just destroyed Israel with that. And I knew it was real because what Israel reactions were. Israel has they're known for their what they call the bubble defense system, their zone defense. Israel moved people out of schools. They closed the part. They moved people from the hospitals down below in the basement. They put them all downstairs. People who are in the hospitals, they start moving people. That's how I know it's real. The threat is really real. Israel has never had to do that before.
Well, it's not new technology. It's
Yeah,
cluster
the
bombing.
Iron Dome. That's it. The Iron Dome. Yep.
Yeah, it's not new technology. It's just cluster bombs being dropped from a very high up.
Yes.
But
never.
Yeah.
We never saw that in missile form. Do what that thing just did. I've never seen that. I'm like, I've never seen that. I tried to look it up to see if we had a cluster bomb missile that could just do that. I said, oh my God, that's changed war completely. Defense systems are going to be, there's no defense system for that.
No, but it was forbidden. After I think was Vietnam, it was forbidden. But the U.S. and Iran, among many other countries, didn't sign up for that treaty. But it's been used. It's well known, but it's disgusting. It's a disgusting weapon, like gassing or biological weapons. It's kind of disgusting. But can you understand Iran? Yeah, I can understand Iran. They're going to use whatever they have. I understand that. So
Now,
I can't.
the United States got all of their bases destroyed. And not only that, their satellite systems, they knew where to hit, and they knew where their hitting base was, where their radar and their cyber communications places are. This affects the United States missiles. This is why the UK sent in 2 jets yesterday to land, and they were loading up because they're getting ready to hit. If they didn't do it already, it's 4:26. They probably already hit Iran today. They was bringing in new jets and everything. The UK involvement has been helping the United States and Israel, so they have been tremendous in what they've been doing. And Iran is irate with them for getting involved, but they're the United States ally, so they all come with their weaponry to all protect Israel, which I have no idea why America is even protecting Israel. It's like the Holocaust was in Germany. It's like, why don't they call Germany? I mean, send Germany over there. Why are you sending the United States? Why we got to fight the war?
Because if you leave it alone, you're going to have another Holocaust. because it's the goal of Iran. It's the goal of the Islamic project. Death to Israel, death to Satan, which is the US. And yeah, they might not be capable of it now, but if you keep leaving things alone and they keep growing and the arsenal keeps growing, you're gonna have one hell of a problem, because you're gonna have other Islamic states, states that lean towards an Islamic regime. Well, they're gonna coincide. I think, is it called that? Never mind. You know what I mean. Coincide with Iran, and then you're gonna have another, and you're gonna have another, and you're gonna have another, and again, you're gonna have so much turmoil in the U.S. But not only the U.S. because Europe is also the enemy. So Western civilization is the enemy. They do not like our way of life. And the reason is that we focus on the individual. They're collectivists. It's a major difference. Major difference.
Yes,
So
and they're right. They're right.
You think they're right in collectivism?
Oh, absolutely. They're 100% correct. We don't care about the other individual. We care about self. And once we care, yes, that's pretty much what we do. We become decadent. And when you become decadent, you become weak. There's no unity. Everything's in chaos. Everybody is me. And the people have become weak. And that's why in other countries they frown upon this. They look at it as weakness.
Yes, of course.
I understand their culture. They come to America and visit. That's why I talk to these people from Sweden and other countries, and America is so oblivious to it. We think we're the only country that has freedom. They actually say this, America, because they love us because it's free here. I'm like, there's freedom in a lot of countries. Canada's free, UK is free. It's amazing how much ignorance Americans have on the world. They think everyone goes by what they do.
Well, on those topics, they're kind of wrong.
Because pointing out the ignorance that has been, because over here we become decadent with all of the things that we could do.
You sound like you hate America.
No, I hate what this has become.
Come to this country to be taken care of. You can't go to China or Mexico to be taken care of the way you can in the United States. The nerve of you. So I'm not understanding why you're discounting the fact that a lot of people come here, they use up our health care. Okay, we have to take care of them when they come here, and you can't get that in any other country.
But I actually agree with Karceno that it has become decadent. But it's not only in the U.S. The whatever happens in the U.S. spreads to the Europe like a wildfire now. It used to be 5 years, delayed, but now it's almost instantly because everybody watches what's happening in America. Because America is very interesting in a lot of ways. It's culture. It's everything. We like to look at the Big Brother, but we copy the Big Brother. So we have become almost as decadent, and it's gonna get worse. But I don't agree with you that it's only me. Because if it's only me, then you're alone. And you can see in social media that you want to be liked. So in that sense, no, it's not just me. You might be, chest out and have a false sense of self, but you can see on social media that you want to connect with people. So it's not just me, but decadent for sure. And that's the problem. And yes, that's what they see as weakness, and it is weakness.
That is correct.
It is weakness. But whenever an enemy sees you as weak, they're gonna pounce.
Exactly. You hear that?
Yes.
Misunderstood.
Well, what
He
nobody
does
wants to
not hate
touch though.
America, and he just agreed.
Whatever, Karceno.
No, he just said it. You see, he agreed because
Yes,
he actually
but
listened to what I
I
said.
agree with the decadent part. That's it.
yes, I agree with the decadent part. But
Let's
I also said, when the enemy sees you being weak, they're
let's
gonna
put the pom
pounce,
pom
and
down.
that's what Iran has started. I won't take the Russian Ukraine situation war into this because it's very different. It's very different. It has nothing to do with BRICS, but has a lot to do with NATO. So we're gonna just take Iran. But Iran sees us the West as weak, and they don't have long range capacity. So what they're doing is they're provoking enough for the US to come close, and they are relying exactly like Hamas did on that the West and the media will portray Iran as the victims, just like they did with Hamas and the Palestinians.
Well, when you come over and bomb the Ayatollah, the leader of the country, to start the war with them in your announcement as an involvement when he's with his grandchild, yeah, I quite see that they don't want to sit down with you. And the United States have tried to do a ceasefire 3 to 4 times, and they're not talking. So I
No.
understand the defiance in Iran. I understand their anger, and I understand they're upset. And for people that don't understand that, I don't understand why. Because if they did it to the United States like that, you would have a fit. So my thing is, they came over in this country and just bombed our president. Y'all would be so outraged. Y'all be calling them all kind of names. So this hypocrisy is what I don't understand, because this is a country that has never started a war in history.
And that's what we disagree on. And that's the problem, because where is the starting point? That's what we're really disagreeing on. Because you're saying there has been no provocation in any way. And I'm saying there has been so much provocation also on the nuclear front. So you can say, well, there was a deal in place, but Biden allowed for that there were no inspections. He just allowed it. But Trump came in, saw that this was a problem.
No, he trusted democracy. They all came to the table and they all have to negotiate a new deal. That's how it's done. You don't go over everybody's head and go and jump into a war that's going to cost you $10 billion in the first week, and you got to go back to Congress and the Senate and beg for money because you didn't burn through $10 billion already. And this is already going to be the most expensive war in U.S. history. So
probably
it's already close. We're already 10 billion in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to sit good with Congress.
No, but the U.S. could invite or demand almost that European countries, not necessarily NATO, but European countries participating in this, because it's completely within our interests also. And I keep on reminding you of BRICS. It's immensely important, because it's the attempt and the goal of creating a new world order. And yes, the US is the biggest military force on earth by a scale you wouldn't believe. Even if you took China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea and put them all together, they collectively wouldn't be anywhere near the US capacity. It's insane. The difference is insane.
But here's the thing. If that was the case, the United States would just send every warship they got. Like, let's send everything at Iran and let's just go from there. The reason they can't do that, because it's, one, so expensive to do something like that on a massive scale. The reason why people struggle to win in Iran is the location, the geographics of it. Iran is protected by two gigantic mountain peaks. All right, they're huge on each side of it, just by the design. Once, if you get past that, you have to deal with the hottest desert on Earth.
But that's assuming that you.
That's
But
why
that's just.
the range of someone trying to come in and take over Iran is insane.
But two things. Nobody's, well, the media is, and politicians are questioning this, but there's no intent on putting U.S. boots on soil. So they dominate the air, they dominate the sea. That's enough. So they can control the ground on air or by ships.
Oh, it gets
And-
hotter in the Mojave Desert, buddy. Dr. Manhattan said the Mojave Desert. Oh, that desert in Iran gets so hot. It can, dude, because the thing is, the mountain peaks are so up, and that desert is right there. If anybody get near the middle of that thing, it's like, I pray there will never be. That's why Trump didn't want to send the Kurds in there. The Kurds are going to get assassinated, and then that'll be a bad look on America. You just got the Kurds killed, and you gave them American weapons. That's why Trump said on the plane, "I'm not sending the Kurds in. They want to go, but I'm not going to send them."
I don't think he actually wants to go. I think that I don't know if it was Obama or if it was Trump that had the what do you call it the Kurds participating, and they left them high and dry. So I don't think that the Kurds.
That was Trump.
But
left them high and dry.
Yeah. So I don't think they would actually participate. But this is what Trump does. You can call it a lie, but he's not scolding a potential ally. So that's just smart. Even though they may have shouted at him and said, "No way, no way, no way," he's kind of laying the seeds for future cooperation in some sense. But that's just intelligence.
But that creates a bigger problem, because just like you did in Iraq, and there was uncertainty there, then ISIS end up taking over Iraq, and it became a major problem over there. And now you create something worse when you try to end the regime, and then saying, "Okay, we're going to start a new policy." That's not going to work, because other people who live there don't like your ideals.
You do realize it's over 4 hours, right?
Ideals into another people's country, or you want to try to be the dictator of who gets what and control the oil pipelines. And you think China just
They just said it's over 4 hours now. I'm not trying to be up till 7 again.
I'm not holding anybody hostage. Like, what are you talking about? I'm just listening. I'm not holding anybody hostage.
Yeah. So
no, you can't talk yawning and over there. I saw you a couple of times.
What did I say?
No, I said you was yawning a couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah, I read a little chats and little comments. You poking in over there.
You took over the chat.
Yeah, just poking.
You're supposed to be paying attention to the chat. Like, I think, well, one, I thought a lot, but I'm really glad that you and Kaiser are having this conversation, because it's hard when one person on the panel, other person in the chat. You guys had a lot to say.
Well, I would just like to commend Karceno for really, having a good talk about these things, because you're telling me a lot of things that whenever we're going off, I'm really gonna think about what you said. Of course.
Well,
so I really appreciate what you've taken the time for this.
Yeah, and I appreciate you coming up here too, because you brought up a lot of good points. And a lot of things we did agree upon. We just disagreed with Israel, but everything else we agreed upon. And you know, a lot of things like at least you understand the hypocrisies of all the countries and the nations. And you say, look, all of us, they all got blood on their hands, just like Uncle Claude said. Uncle Claude just gets to the point. He just goes right to you, like, look, I ain't here it is.
Listen, I have no tolerance for BS. I'm just putting it out there.
Uncle Claude should
I'm
have
an
been a
independent
UFC
thinker.
fighter.
I don't get controlled by the left or the right. I'm an independent thinker.
And you guys have to, I mean, a lot of you will consider me more independent than anything. Like, you know.
No, you're not independent.
You didn't know.
She's a staunch Republican. I love her anyway.
When I see you, if you can sit through a Madani interview.
She can't even say Madani. Can you say it?
You guys missed my point. My point was.
Can you say that word, please?
Because I give nonpartisan news, right? Whether you're from the right or the left, I'm gonna play the news. I don't censor it. So some people coming into the chat might think I'm just independent. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, but some people would think that.
Yeah, so what
Can you please say Mandani for me?
I don't need to say it.
Oh, come on.
Let to answer this guy's
Not so
question.
bad.
So what they're doing,
You know they almost bombed
in
him today.
Iran,
But
and
that's
the
another
reason
thing.
why they struck,
He was attacked.
they already destroyed the base in Saudi Arabia. That was earlier in last week. What they hit now in Saudi Arabia, and this is why they said they must be getting help from Russia, because they didn't know that was their radar system and their cyber technologies. In that controls like banking, people banking accounts, the satellite missiles, how to control all the controls, everything. If you knock out the radio, radar, and their cyber technology, and that's the second phase of the war. When you start going after cyber attacks and knocking out their cyber in that center, it controls so many people, got billions of dollars in wealth and crypto and all that. When you damaging, blowing up those facilities and things of that nature, you're doing a lot of damage over there. And that's going to mess up with a lot of Saudi billionaires over there. They're not going to be happy with America.
No, I think they're going to be unhappy with Iran because the deal, the Abraham Accord deal, is gonna put so much money in the respective countries that they won't risk that deal falling. They won't risk it.
A lot of them are upset with America and they're mostly in Dubai because one of the guys is one of the architects. He's a billionaire. He's an architect over in Dubai. He's built most of these skyscrapers. He designed them, and he's like, now they're at risk of being destroyed. And in the United States, just by the way they just handled this so recklessly, now all of these wars and all these beautiful things that took all this time to sculpture and build, and yet they're destroying it. He's upset about it, and it's a lot of billionaires upset. So he's a billionaire, like contract destructor, like he builds skyscrapers and stuff. So he's not happy. And when billionaires not getting happy, those guys will start making some influence. And then when they start cyber attacking and blowing up places, this is how the United States said, "Wait a minute, Russia's helping." Because how did they know how to hit which ships? They wouldn't have this type of intel. It's no way they would know. How would they know? That's what really shocked us. We retreated for the first time. There's never been a United States retreat since like Vietnam. We retreated out of Saudi Arabia. Everybody's off the base. Everybody retreated out of Saudi Arabia. Trump pulled everybody out. So that's when today I believe they're coming with the heavy strike from the UK.
But that's because Trump is pragmatic. He doesn't mind taking a step back to take 2 steps forward. And, bombings of Dubai or Saudi Arabia or Bahrain or whichever country it may be, it's not the US bombing them. It's Iran bombing them. And the fact that they are doing it because that the US is attacking Iran, it makes no difference. And if you're smart in Dubai or Bahrain or the UAE or whatever, you will not lay this responsibility on on the US. You won't do it because it's not the US doing it. Already, the UAE, the Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, not so much Qatar. They're not happy with Iran and haven't been for many years. They hate that Iran is responsible for all proxy terrorist attacks. They are really unhappy with it because it kind of disturbs the economic deal that was made. And they want peace. These countries want peace. Did you get? I'm sitting on my phone. Did you put something on your head, Karceno? No, sorry.
Oh no, it's probably breaking up. But no, I got a clear stream.
Don't think that I didn't forget what you said earlier, Karceno. And you almost went down that rabbit hole earlier about the people being different, because 1948 Israel is totally different from biblical Israel. And that all comes into play because, and I understand a lot of people are going to be upset. Oh, here goes Uncle Claude talking about the Bible again. I get it. But the fact of the matter is that Bible prophecy is being fulfilled right before our eyes. And I'm going to bring that up in an upload later on in the week, but it is right before our eyes.
Just on a side note, did you watch that video clip, Miss?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about it?
What I think about the clip? Which clip? The one from yesterday?
The one from Yuri, the KGB fellow.
I can have a whole stream on just that.
But do you see how it ties into close scripture?
I actually, I see it, and I kind of play. Well, I try not to go down that rabbit hole because I know that.
Okay. Sorry.
No. You don't have to apologize. That's not what I meant. Because I know Claude. I start talking about religion. I'm not again. I do see what I'm glad you showed that. I'm glad about the clip. It lined up exactly with Claude. And I don't deny the biblical aspect of it. It's just I'm not well versed enough in it, if that makes sense. But the clip did help. And it absolutely made more sense to what Claude was saying. I went back to listen to the stream. I was like, yeah, Claude, preach it. But, you know.
Well, the fact of the matter is, it's just amazing how a book that was written thousands of years ago is still relevant. Unfortunately, what happens is, just as in the beginning, man created God in his image. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is, man is trying to make God in his image. And that's why we have the different religions. If we're all serving, and we should all be serving one God, why all these different religions? And that's just in Christianity alone. I'm not even talking about the other religions like Islam, where there's several denominations of that. I'm not even talking about the Buddhists. There's just so many different religions. And that's how you know that this world couldn't be any further from God if it even tried, because it's not following anything dealing with that at all.
And that's one of the problems we're seeing now, with war, terrorist attacks, trying to conquer the world, whether it's one side or another side.
Well, that's free will. I mean, we were given free will as well. That's a very good scripture, by the way.
Wait, I think Karceno's frozen. He's not moving.
Oh.
And the fact of the matter is, you know what? As knowing the Bible is one thing, but faith without works is dead. Also, that's definitely biblical. And also, guess who else knows the Bible? Satan, the devil himself. So, but no one wants to acknowledge him existing either. But I digress.
No, that was why I uploaded that clip for you, Because if people can't understand it in biblical terms, maybe they will understand it in ideological and political terms. So they can translate. That was why I uploaded it. That was because I wanted you to see how that scripture tied into ideological, political reality.
Absolutely, it did. I loved it. Jambalina, why are you rolling your eyes? It absolutely did. The guys are making sense. Actually, you guys, I didn't speak a lot because I wanted to hear what everyone else had to say. I don't completely disagree with anybody that's on the panel. And I'm gonna be polite because I could say some other things, but I don't disagree
No, why'd you stop?
because because I'm being nice. Now when it comes to the Bible, I am not gonna say you guys talk about the last days and the wars and stuff like that. I get it. I still don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons.
Now, when the Bible refers to the last days, that doesn't mean the world itself is coming to an end.
No.
Some people get that mixed up.
They do.
It means that this current system is coming to an end. It doesn't mean that the world itself is coming to an end. Some people get that mixed up. And it's that, and you know what, it's also very important to read it for yourself. Don't always listen to Pastor Porkchop. Don't always listen to him. Because unfortunately, and that's why when Christ was on the earth, he turned over the tables on the temple because they made it pretty much a stock market, so to speak, where they were buying and selling in there. That was not what he was about. He was about telling the truth and getting the truth out there. It wasn't about him making a dollar. When you listen to these prosperity preachers, that's one of the worst things that's ever happened. Because these people are manipulating other people's minds. Oh, that means if I praise to the Lord, He's going to give me a Benz. No, it doesn't work like that. He's not a genie. You know, it's ridiculous the way that some of these religions have done it. What is so funny? Oh, you know a lot of these people when Creflo Dollar is or Creflo Pennies is up there. Oh, do you really need a $65 million Learjet? That's because I was on God's time.
Who got Claude started?
I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. Joke. That's why people don't believe in God, because we live in such a godless world.
I fell off for a second.
That is true, Claude. You said a lot of true things.
Why am I so big? Do I look big to you guys?
You look fine. What do you mean?
Oh, it must be my screen. Okay. Some things. I'm huge on my screen. I don't know what I did. You guys can hear me?
We'll have people that will conflict with you a lot with the Bible. And right from the very beginning. And that's where people don't understand, because the Bible is great, but it is a book of memory and tell you basically how we got here and we're supposed to expand on this. And we now record history of events. So the history of the world and what happened after the Bible tells us these things are to come. And we're seeing it to come. We're still supposed to still live our lives. Just remember the laws, remember the things that we were supposed to live by, but we were supposed to create our own memories, our own lives. We're supposed to still go by in this universe, doing the things the right way. There's going to be new things, new events. This was just a recording of these events, and they weren't very accurate. They're collections of books written by different people. There were 12 and Paul. Now, a lot of people would have problems with that because in the beginning, right, there's, God created the earth, right? Then he created Adam and Eve, right?
Right.
Okay, Adam and Eve had, who was the first child?
So you're talking about Cain and Abel, if you're talking about their first.
Cain and Abel, right? But they weren't born as twins. So Cain was first, then came Abel.
Right.
Okay. And before there was another child, Cain slew Abel.
Okay.
Right? Seth wasn't born yet. So Cain slew Abel. And what did God say to Cain when he told what was Cain's punishment?
Well, he was an outcast for the rest of his life.
Right. He could not stay in the Garden of Eden, and he had to get out.
No. So you're getting, hold on. The Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve were already cast out.
Right. Okay.
They were long gone. You're getting them mixed up now.
No. I know what you're saying. Okay. All right. So yeah, he's out. When God said he's outcast, right? He had to leave. What did he say to God? Why was he so afraid?
Well, he was afraid that other people would kill him to avenge Abel.
Okay, there you go. He was afraid other people would kill him. Adam and Eve supposed to be the first two people on earth. And then there's Cain and Abel. What other people are out there? Where did these people come from?
Well, I guess you'll have to read up to find out.
I already know.
Now, also, let's keep in mind that there were a lot of books that were taken out of the Bible, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to not acknowledge that, because there's a certain religion that was in charge of taking certain books out of the Bible. Now, there's a different punishment for that as well, and that also is in the Bible as well. Whoever takes out or tries to add in will be punished as well. But that's another story. See, I'm not trying to be here till 7. I have a doctor's appointment later
I'm
on.
on the same page, but let me just get the chat caught up to what's going on here. See, what I'm explaining to him is that the way the story goes, they're the first two people on earth. The first murder supposedly recorded is Cain killing Abel. Cain is outcast by God. Cain says, please, I don't want to go out there. They might take my life. God said, no one's going to touch you, and I'm going to put a mark on you so that nobody's going to touch you. So he puts a mark on Cain. So I'm like, who are these people? And so
Well, remember, Adam and Eve had other children after that.
Yes, this is after
So
that.
you have to remember that. I mean, we're also remembering at that time, those people were living like ridiculous times. Of course, we were closer to God then.
Yeah.
You have to also remember,
but he went
to God, a day is 1,000 years. I'll get into that another. That's another
time.
That's another time.
When he went into the land of Nod, where he found his wife, and he worked in the cave where they made weapons and steel. That's where Cain ended up working in there with those people, where he met his wife, and she was from Nod, N-O-D, Nod. So if that was it was other people there, they had a town. What is going on here in the missing stories?
But remember, the world was destroyed later, so all of that becomes irrelevant after the flood. But I digress.
See, that's where people misunderstand a lot of things that's happening in there, and you start to realize it when Jacob, his wife is dying when she gives birth to the baby.
You're talking about Rebecca.
Right, when she gives birth, and she is praying to her God, not his God. And her dying wish, she gives a name for the baby. He doesn't name that baby that. Now, who would not honor their dying wife's wish to name
I'd
their
rather honor God than the wife's wish. I wouldn't care. Who are you going to? I mean, listen, last I checked, the person who gave you breath and life is the Most High God. It wasn't the wife. I mean, no disrespect to your wife. You love your wife. But you listen, it also says in the Bible that he is a very jealous God as well. Be careful.
But see, that's the thing.
And that's part of the problem with Adam and Eve. If Adam had listened to God instead of his wife, here's the thing. Hold on, Karceno. I have to get this through.
Okay, go ahead.
If he had listened to God instead of his wife, we will always still be, and I know it's going to sound crazy, the only job we would have we would be butt naked with our wives, making love, being over dominion of all the earth and praising God. That was our original purpose on this planet. And if you don't believe me, look up Genesis and tell me if it's not different. Remember, there would be no pregnancy pains, because that was the curse that was set upon upon Eve for her disobeying Jehovah.
Right.
Or Yahweh, whoever you want to say it. But that was one of the and of course the snake originally was walking, but what was one of the stipulations? He was to crawl the rest of his days on his belly, correct?
Yeah, that's what it was.
So there were punishments, and again, the wages of sin are death. We were perfect. This is why there's no resurrection for Adam and Eve. They were already perfect. That is why Christ had to come to die for our sins. They were perfect people as it was. Without Jesus' sacrifice, we would just do whatever we want, die, and that's it. There was no salvation until Jesus Christ came down. But I digress. This went from the Iran war to.
I don't believe that anybody can die for another man's sins.
I am not.
And I believe in the Bible, but I that translation, I don't. I think that was a difference in the translations that I think.
Well, we also have to remember the Bible. Here are the two different ones. I am not kidding.
Well, I know it goes with the thing.
I'm not touching that with Dr. Manhattan, but that's another story.
I know with sins of the father, it gets passed down. You know, like sins of the father is passed down. But what I want to say is that he decided, without even discussing it with God, that he said, no, I'm not using that name. I'm going to give him an Israelite name. All Israelite names has, 3 syllables. So that's why he changed his name from Jacob to Israel. So he said, I'm not naming that my child that. He wanted to give the child an Israelite name. So the name that she was giving him and who she prayed to wasn't the same God that Jacob, Israel, was praying to. Do you know who she was worshiping and was praying to? And his name appears a few times in the Bible, yet he's never mentioned.
What was it? Tell me.
Baal.
Who?
Baal.
Oh, Baal. Baal appears in the Bible, I believe, 137 times.
Exactly.
At least he did in the original text.
Exactly. And then you're like, well, who is this person?
Listen, hold on. And that's the thing. I'm glad you mentioned that, Karceno. I'm very glad you mentioned that, because the Bible does mention many gods. It does. But in fact, as I brought out in the other scripture, it lists Satan the devil as the God of this system of things. That's why I said that the world will not pass away.
Baal had his own kingdom. Baal was ruling. He beat out all.
And so did Beelzebub. I mean, there was some. Listen, they made a god. They worshiped gold. They melted gold to worship a calf. That's how lost the Israelites were.
Yeah.
And remember, the term Jew only refers to the tribe of Judah. That is huge. That's why when you hear Jewish, that's a whole different ball game. But again, now we're going somewhere else. We don't even want to go there. That's a whole other platform. You're gonna have us here for hours.
Can I just interject one thing?
Yeah,
sure.
Chat. Go ahead, you guys. What?
When we talk about death, everybody's thinking that death is the ultimate sacrifice and horror. But every kind of death is just a transition. So whenever you change your mind about something, you have to kill that inside of you to put something in its place. So you experience death every day. Every day when you change your mind about something, that part of you that has that belief dies. So death is in every sense just a transition. Am I being too metaphoric here? Or?
No, that's.
I mean, it is, but the fact of the matter is, we were created on this earth. the original purpose, we were never to die. We were supposed to live forever. But that's another chapter in another book.
Well, that's the
We're
thing.
not taught
It's
that
what he
anymore.
just said. It's what Kaiser Soze just said. What he's saying is really Judean. It's a lot of Judean teachings in that, where the soul does not die. So you don't, like, your body, it's a different type of death. Like they say, a coward dies 1,000 deaths. A soldier dies but once. You know, like that type
No,
of thing.
I get what you're saying.
Right.
I got what he was
That's
saying.
what he's saying. And most people, they don't feel they die when their body, they just leave this. They ascend. The spirit ascends. So they believe in that culture as well. It's like God took him back to the goal, the pit. You know, his soul returns back to the pit. So
everything within everybody has energy. And if there's something we know through science is that energy never disappears. Never.
right, it transfers. That's all it does. Transfers.
Exactly. So everything in the universe is in you, and you are in everything in the universe.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. Everything in this universe that moves around in you. Yeah, you
And
have
vice
a
versa.
good education too. You must have had a lot of Judean teachings.
No, I just know a lot of shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is. Yeah,
You know, the Bible was written in it was not written in Hebrew in the beginning. It was written in Arab. It was written in Aramaic, and it was written in Greek. The Old Testament in Aramaic and
well,
the
yeah,
New
they had the
Testament in Greek.
Weinstein version. You know, before there was King James, it was the Weinstein version in German. They had the Weinstein version.
But the
that
King
one
James
has-
version is not the
just like
original version.
Just like the Catholic Bible, it has more books. The Catholic Bible has more books than the Christian Bible.
Here, the Catholic religion is the one who took out so many books in the Bible. The Apocrypha was originally part of the Bible.
Happy Lent for those that are
We'll
celebrating.
be here, like I said, we'll be here. I have to wake up early. I can't get through it.
Well, yeah, that's the Holy Crusades. That's the Holy Crusades. We'll be here all day.
We will.
Well,
It's been 4.5 hours. Are people still hanging on in the chat?
I'm about
chat.
so
The chat
I'm
is
like,
still hanging in there. But yeah, the sun is about to come up over here.
yeah. You guys,
It's about to come up here too. It's 10 after 6 in the morning here in New York City. So
I have a lot to take in from today. I'm gonna look up some of those things that anti-American things that Sino was saying, and I will. I'm gonna think about some of those things. But
I'm all about America. F the
So
government.
Karceno's moving to Iran. That's what he's doing.
But just so you know,
don't they have a basketball league in Iran?
Miss you, just so you know that you kind of stepped aside for a second while Karceno was saying some of those things, but he's not actually anti-American or.
No,
or
I'm
anything like
messing
that.
with him. He knows that.
What?
He knows that. I'm messing with Karceno. He knows that.
Yeah, no,
I hope
it's
he does.
Miss you that said it.
No, that's my brother, man.
Okay.
I rock with Karceno.
I'm really fond of you guys.
I want us to be a better America. I want us to be better. We need to be.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar. Somebody who wants a better America. Who said that before? But another person said that I was anti-American. I know I said that.
I don't know, but we need a
And
better
someone got so upset with me.
We need
You're
to
American.
have the quorum. You know, I want us to be the standard. That's what I want better for our country. You know, I want us to be the standard. And what we're not doing, we've gotten totally away from that. And it's all about division now and taking and I'm like, look, if you want their minerals.
Now that was way before Trump, so don't say that Trump caused the division because that was way before Trump. That started way before him.
Well, he put an exclamation point on it.
Did he put a battery pack in certain people? Maybe, but he's
Put an exclamation point.
This country has been divided long before Trump got to office. Let's be fair with that.
Let's be fair. But I appreciated the conversation. Y'all know when I start
my
getting
God,
sleepy, I
guys.
can't even. I'm cross-eyed. I'm looking at all of you guys. Y'all starting to blend together. Oh my God, love.
I apologize. I made it
No,
longer
you
too.
gotta
I
work.
apologize.
I can't think
I
straight.
did. I made it longer. I apologize. I
I
take
really,
responsibility.
I
Oh, he
really
went down
appreciate
my
you guys.
alley. He went down my alley. So I was like, oh, wow. He went to the bottom. Oh, here we go. I was, I was ready. I was like, oh, man, this is going to be good.
Claude. Yeah, but I enjoyed you guys. I got to get up at y'all know I get up early. I get up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
But I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so.
And I need to do something with my day.
I don't think Justin has a channel. Subscribe to Uncle Claude. Karceno has his own channel. That's his name, you guys. I appreciate the conversation. I America first for me. Donald Trump is our commander in chief. I support him. I support what he's doing in Iran. I support what he's doing. Maduro, everything has its reason. Everything has its place. I didn't even talk about why Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear weapon program, especially with the fear of it just deterring what Iran wants to do over there. What they're going to do, what they want to do with their nuclear weapons. I won't get into it because my brain is tired, but there's a lot to talk about, you guys.
All right. Thank you, guys. And thank everybody on the panel. Appreciate all of
Thank
y'all.
you. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Karceno.
Thanks you for letting me up host and actually allowing me to talk this time.
Yeah, you have some. You have a great way of presenting what you want to say. You do.
Okay, well, thank you. Now I got to go work on my Patreon for the summer.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Karceno.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Appreciate you.
My brother right there.
That was good.
All right, yeah, I'm about to
That's
go to
great.
bed. I'm gonna lay down. Justin, thank you. Quad, thank you. Thank you, guys. Woo. Chat, y'all
Yeah, I
hung
can hear
in
you now.
there. Y'all hung in there. I
Well, thank you,
appreciate
everybody.
So,
Thank you, Dr. Manhattan. Thanks, Damage. Hey, my favorite Browns fan.
I thought you were calling me brown. That sounds hurt.
Oh, no. Hey, you can't say I fell asleep tonight, Dr. Manhattan.
All right, yeah.
Good night, my love.
Thank y'all for this. Man, I can't even thank you guys. Thank y'all for your super chats and your support and your cash apps. I appreciate you guys so much. Listen, I can't say a proper goodbye because I gotta go to bed. But I love you guys. What do I usually say when I'm getting out of here? I'm praying for you guys and I'm praying for our country. I love you guys. Stay safe and I'll talk to you guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Claude, Karceno, Kaiser, also known as Justin. Thank y'all for coming up and hanging out with me. And I'll talk to y'all later. Bye, you guys.